Still suffering from some severe technical difficulties. I am trying to get Discord to run at the same time as Streamlabs again. For some reason, it isn't handling it. I'm wondering if there's too much built up in the cache. Maybe I should try to clean up the hard drive. That's the wrong thing. Boop. Okay, I think that's working now. Yay! Alright, finally. Hello, friends and enemies. We're good to go. So... looks like most of my friends are offline. I mean, I don't blame them. Summer semester's about to end, and everything's about to start getting cray-cray for everybody. Anyway, as per usual, I am in my Discord server. If you are a member of the Discord server, you may join the conversation at any time. If you are also playing Genshin, please feel free to direct message me your world code or ask me for mine, so you may join either my world or join the world that I'm in, or that I may join yours, yada yada yada. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, blah, all the stuff you have to say to manufacture authenticity for fun and profit. And with that, I'm now going to finally try to summon Mini-Me, because Mini-Me is, like, big part of the draw here. Alright. So, I did the new event that was released for the web event. I am very, very close to being able to make a wish. So, I'm going to go ahead and do my dailies, and I'm going to make sure that I am in single-player mode at the moment. Where's the... I need single... I need to leave. Need to turn co-op mode off. Okay, well, I need to be able to do my daily quests first before I ask anyone to come jump in, because I need to have this done. I need to get these done. I need to... Ooh. There's another argument. Yee. Can't do that. Oh, I do need to also check the event. Did more. $11, okay. So, tomorrow, during our Genshin stream tomorrow, we will be dealing with the next part of the get a free copy of Beto quests. What's it? Actually, Junkichi's it isn't bad. It is so disconnected from reality that it actually might work. There we go. And now I have enough to make a wish. When you... Oh, right. I was told to try something. And it's just a superstition that popped up after this update. I am going to try it. It isn't a glitch. It's just a rumor. So I'm going to go, before we go to our next quest, we're going to go to the Sakura tree. We are going to, as soon as we stand in front of the Sakura tree, convert the Prima Gems into a wish. Like so. About 5 days until the shop completely resets and I can get more wishes. Yay! There's a once per month thing on that, but... Right. Here goes nothing. See? Just a silly superstition. Okay, now that we've gotten that out of the way, call down the thunder. Call down the thunder. Thunder. Seriously though, like, no joke. New week has started, so I will need to probably go to Mondstadt or Liyue. I haven't decided yet. It depends on how close I am to getting the treasure box compass. Because that is, because that's what it's hinging on. And yes, I'm soaking in the excess lightning mana from this storm. The Shogun's blind rage is quite literally making me stronger.
Let the show begin.
Dodge this.
Yes, it's been that long since I've made healing items. Way too long. As in, it's been a single day.
Let's dance.
Damn it.
Sister.
I literally lucked out that that one heal was available. Saved by the frozen condition. Alright. Let's go ahead and go to the next commission. After a stop. The closest statue of the Seven. Guess while I'm here, double check to make sure I didn't pick up any electrocules. I have, actually. one more for a little boost to stamina and a few extra. Okay. Not bad. Sabotage the slime balloon. But yes, my dailies include daily commissions, daily web events, when they do happen, which, by the way, the new web event is amazing. It'll give you Prima Gems. Seriously, if you're playing Genshin, you need to play it. Okay, what was I gonna say? Right, so next stop. I gotta make my decision. Do I want to increase my reputation in Inazuma first, or do I want to focus on getting the reputation stuff I don't already have done? Like, okay. So, like, for starters, I'd like to make a purchase. Thank you. Pick anything you'd like. Ooh. Anything that's less than 500. Try to buy all of that ingredient as possible since I cook a lot. Wheat will be an exception because I have a lot of flour already. Shrimp meat. Naku weed. I actually need that for a quest. Hopefully I don't accidentally wind up cooking with it. Yeah! Maybe not. I'd like to see the menu, please. Okay. Step by the Adventurers Guild. But Astra Sauce, Catherine. So I had the right one. Okay. Alright. So Shimura's check. Okay. Stop by the little mom and pop shop. Food to go, please. All right. Next up. Niue Harbor. If you're wondering why I didn't claim the daily commissions, I was going to, and then I completely forgot. Oops. I am kind of glad, though, that you can pick where you want your commissions to be at. Like, you can now pick Mondstadt or Liyue or Inazuma, because now you're not having to, like, move all over the map just to find where your commissions are every day. It's nice. I'd like to buy this and that. Good to go, please. Actually, you know what? Good to go. Buy flour. While I'm at it, stop by the cheap and tasty chop suey shop. Move up the Wangshu Inn. Which will be followed immediately by a visit to Springvale.
Catch the wind.
Okay. Springvale. Ho hum. So you may be wondering, why no music? Well, because I'm actually going to be, since there are no story quests to do, I'm available for co-op. I'm going to be doing this more frequently. Nothing permanent and no promises or anything, but I am available for co-op play in the event someone wants me to come join them. Keeping a note nearby. Last stop. Mondstadt. Then I will have my daily stuff done, and I can do my weekly cooking, because the weekly cooking is more important than the daily cooking, because more ingredients, more available dishes. Mondstadt General Goods. My lunch. The one ingredient I keep running out of is milk. Hey, just like in real life. Hi, Sarah. Can I get food to go? Okay. Cooking time. Start with the highest quality healing recipe I have. I'm missing snapdragons. I might as well pick some Windwell asters while I'm waiting. Yeah. Like, I need to get snapdragons and Windwell asters, and I need to get in the habit of waiting 2 days before, like, harvesting stuff. Because, I'll show you why, actually. Because I need 60 Windwheel Asters in order to max out the Traveler. Look, snapdragons, there we are. Couple snapdragons for the recipe, anyway. Okay, next stop, back to Mondstadt. Let's go ahead and actually take a quick stop by our local flower shop. because some of the flowers can be used as ingredients, I remember. Windwell Aster I will have to try to hoard, because I want to, as soon as possible, get the Traveler's base stats as maxed as possible, so that the only things left to edit for the meta would be constellations, talents, and artifacts, so I can actually start learning how meta works. I know, people keep telling me, don't rush it, you're a new player, and I'm like, no, I need to be able to function at higher world levels. I'm at world level 5 right now, and struggling. I need to know how to be more meta. And having a maxed out Traveler is part of that. I'd like to buy some flowers, thank you. 10 sweet flowers. 5 Windwell Asters. 5 small hemp grass. And 5 collar lilies. Cook. Take all of the processed ingredients I had processing overnight. Okay. Highest quality. Healing recipe. Looks like it's a tie between the tonkatsu ramen and the dango. Which one uses fewer ingredients that are hard to come by? This one. But I currently have a lot of milk. A little bit of both. No. I keep forgetting to set Barbara for this. For healing items, I need to have Barbara cook them unless there is a different cook. Like this one right here. I have Razor cook this one, because there's the chance it can be even better than a perfect. Again, I forgot to set Barbara for that one. burned through all my flour. Okay. Okay.
Ad astra abyssal.
Okay, I will not be accepting any bounties until I have someone with me in co-op, because I need to be able to kill the stupid thing. And I'm in World State 5 right now, so that's my reputation in Mondstadt. The reputation rewards, the treasure compass, and the portable waypoint. I don't know if I have any sweet flowers left. I might have consumed them all. Yikes. Guess I used them all. Crap. Looks like I have to go pick them. Okay. Thankfully, the other two flowers are Cecilia's, meaning I can find them elsewhere. Oh boy. And I need to pick sweet flowers because I cooked using all of mine. Yay! Shit. I actually have to take this seriously.
You're getting on my nerves. Lightning flash. Take this.
Never mind.
Following thunder. Take this.
Hi, Nokia. Okay. Oh! So, I am doing a little bit better. My depression didn't kick me in the teeth. I did wake up late, though. Right. I've got an announcement. My boyfriend just announced that he's making a single with Fukase. Yay! It's gonna be called Scarlet. Oh, no. No. But, it's gonna be good. Like, everything my beloved writes. So, if I am an entertainer, he is a true bard. Hang on. There we go. Sorry. Yeah. So, yeah. I literally just checked my messages and, oh, there it was. And yes, I'm picking up lamp grass. Care to know why? Take a looky look. I'm getting so close to ascending Diluc to the same status as Razor. I don't know if I'm going to be ascending Kaya or not. I I want to ascend to Luke first. Lamp grass, lamp grass, lamp grass, lamp grass, lamp grass, lamp grass. Berry, 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 berry. Let me look at my map. Do I have any notifications? I do have notifications. We're gonna go for a little trip. Yes, it is good set goals. Speaking of, no promises. I'm gonna try to go back to doing 2 streams a day. Again, no promises. I've learned the hard way. Don't promise anything. Especially in this line of work. Oh! Who's a good boy?
Maybe you are not used to the place at the moment, but once you've materialized enough rooms and furniture through subspace creation, it will feel just like home. If you ever have any questions about the realm within, you may ask me.
If I were a rich man, a title deedle daddle, tigga tigga deedle daddle down. What? Sorry. Did I say something wrong? It's literally one of the only songs I have memorized from Fiddler. Mostly because I didn't like Fiddler. Thanks, Notkia. I've had other people say otherwise, though. Basically, I am trying to increase the number of times per day people have the opportunity to interact with me. There will be days where I won't be able to. There will be days where I can't stream at all because I'll have to take my dad somewhere. Pick him up from the hospital if Mom has to come back. So, damn it. Okay. So I need to remove this one here. Delete. Yep. There we go. Then delete. So I spent a lot of time trying to get this to work today. Wound up going live 3 times trying to get it started. Anyway, I'm gonna take a look at my achievements. I am 11 followers away from hitting 50, and then I have to get to the point I have an average of 3 viewers, and then from there I'll just have to get to the point I have an average of 75 viewers. And then the big tutorial achievements for Twitch will be done. So I'm getting really close. Thanks, Nokia. Appreciate it. Damn it! That song. Far too catchy. Let's go ahead and cook real quick. Let's go ahead and retrieve the flour that we've gotten. It's been 16 minutes, give or take. See, that freed up a couple recipes. So, thanks. Thanks, Nokia. So I'm gonna pull up the official Genshin Impact interactive map. It's not cheating if Miho gives it to everybody, free of charge. Alright? So, yay! I finally broke the feeling like looking at it, the map is cheating. The official Genshin interactive world map by Miho. I am going to wait, is there a way to synchronize? Huh. After the other resources in Mondstadt. Genshin interactive map official. There we go. There it is. I found it. Okay. Filter all pins. I'm after. Stormbearer Point is where most of them grow. Okay. We're also going to be using this map to help us find the more loose ingredients for all the characters' ascensions next. I am still waiting on one of the two players who could potentially be available. Yeah, I don't have time for this, and I'm not strong enough for this. Stormbearer Mountains. Okay. So where on the map am I? Oh, I'm not skipping Ayaka. I've already... I've already beaten all of the Archon quests for this update. Here, let me... All I've got is a world quest and another world quest. Like, even the unlocking quests, I've unlocked all the ones I can unlock up to this point, and I can't unlock another one until tomorrow. Like, here, let me show you. There's the Ayaka banner, right? Now, take a look at the history. I will go back as far as I can. That's 6. That's 12. 18. 24. 30. 36. I can go further back, but that slingshot was the first thing I pulled on Ayaka's banner. If I'm remembering right. No. Ayaka's banner didn't start until the 21st? Oh, well, then let me look. Hang on. Okay, Ayaka's banner started on the 20th. Okay. So that's 29. I have made 29 pulls and gotten 1 5-star, and it is Diluc. Like, I pulled 1 new character since Diluc, and it was Chongyun. I already have Ningguang. I don't have Yanfei. I know the pity resets after I get a 5-star, so counting that, hang on. Let me look at that again. So that's exactly 24 pulls without a 5-star. Anything. I do need to check to see if I've... No, I do not have any free regular wishes at the moment. Okay. Sorry. So no, I'm not skipping Ayaka. I'm still rolling on the character banner. It's just... sometimes, you know? Okay. So there should be some sweet flowers somewhere here. Pine cone. Pine cone. Am I going the wrong way? Yes, I'm going the wrong way. Sweet flowers, hello. Where are you? Hiding. There's one. Then there should be another one up here. Oh. It's Vin's only line. I keep forgetting that every time I walk past her. Okay. Now this section looks like it should have about 4 sweet flowers. Bloop, bloop. A bloop. A bloop. Okay. I need to go somewhere else where there's a huge cluster of them, which is Stormbearer Point still. Oh, okay. So I just need to hang an immediate sharp right. There aren't any in that valley. Good luck on the Ayaka pulls. Oh, thank you. I'm not really aiming for Ayaka, though. Knowing my luck, I will lose every single 50-50, even when the pity is going to guarantee me a 5-star. It's just how my luck works. Leave me alone, you stupid slimes. Yeah. Okay. Next. Down we go. As I said, there are no... crap. Yep. Yeah, at world level 5, even tiny little slimes can become lethal. And that's why I'm running. Ah! Because I am not ascended high enough for world level 5 to actually be a good thing for me right now. It's part of the reason I was like, hey, could I please have someone come up? I'm in danger. Even a hilly choke would slay me right now. How many sweet flowers do I have? Please say I have enough. Please say I have enough. Because the other reason I did was so I can increase the amount of treasure I get from treasure chest pulls. Okay. Whew. Sweet flower, exactly 10. I literally just picked the last one I needed for this. Please, 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 please. Let this quest be enough. You'll be right back? Okay. Please, 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 let this quest be enough. Please, 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 please. Let this quest be enough. Okay. I am gonna check, though. Are there any Twitch offers for Genshin right now? Because I actually... Because I've been streaming Genshin for a while now, and... Like, I know I'm not the only person streaming Genshin right now in the world, so it's kind of an over-separated market.
I'm hungry. Let's hunt.
Okay, so the Twitch offers are literally just 60 Primogems a month for... I mean, it's 60 Primogems, but it's 60 Primogems, you know? It's like, it's a lot, but... And I don't have Prime. Because I'm poor. Alright. Moving on. Yeah, like, that should put it in perspective. I'm so poor I don't have Amazon Prime. Was it enough? No. I could literally get the compass right now if I had someone co-oping with me. got a nice, cute little puppy here who keeps like looking at me like, "Ooh, what you doing?" I'm like, I'm working, girl." She's like, "Ooh, can I get belly rubs?" So I'm giving her a belly rub. Oh, who's a good girl? Who's a good puppy? Who's a good girl? You're a good girl. Yes, you are. Alright. So. Huh. What's my reputation in Mondstadt? The 5-star bounty is quite literally staring me right in the face. No. Not right now. I want to, but not right now.
Transfers of supplies must be reported.
Okay. So let's go ahead. And instead of searching for sweet flowers, which we had to do for the quest, we're going to go ahead and start hunting for windwheel asters again. I need 60. On the map on any given day, provided none have been harvested in the last 48 hours, there should be 70. So, Starfell Lake, there are 3.
I smell a rabbit.
Oh, wow. You like having your belly rubbed, don't you, girl? I've got a good dog. She's my daughter. I must protect. Alright. So I need to be facing the north edge of the lake. It's on the other side of the road, on the northwest corner. Zoom in. Okay, so I need to go hang an immediate this way. There they are. 1, 2. And then a little further to the northwest should be one more around here somewhere. Zoom as far in as possible. Okay. I need to go. A little bit further west. Somewhere in here. that's too far west. So maybe down here? Huh. Okay then. You're back. Welcome back, Nokia. Alright, so I do have a question. Like,
I'm hungry. That's hot.
why do you think people leave while when I'm looking for, like, materials and stuff? Like, is there any particular reason, or is that just a standard fare? People don't like watching people look for stuff thing. Like, I like genuinely want to know. It's not you, not you, Nokia. I'm like the other viewers I've had over the last so many months. Like, okay, so above where Windrise is labeled is up. I've not been going far enough north? Okay. Yeah, it's a common thing. Like, every single time I've tried to, like, reach out to people who've been on my streams before. They were like, hey, we don't like resource gathering. Like, we're here for action. It's like, what the fuck? Alright, yeah, that's, generally how it's been going for me. Maybe. Hey, but hey, I've been getting new, YouTube subscribers and Twitch followers. It's an improvement. I'm probably gonna get yelled at for being more successful because it means I'm doing less for my parents, but you win some, you lose some, and they kind of deserve it. So maybe I picked these Windwheelasters earlier? So I'm back down by the lake. There's the tree. I already harvested the ones near the tree. I think. Yeah. That's all at the base of the tree. Oh, so there are some out here too. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And then further northwest, there should be Is that another one? Oh no, that's just a log. It says here should be another one around here somewhere. Do I do the weekly bosses? Or did I do the weekly bounty yet? Not yet. I'm waiting on someone to come help. Because I just increased my world level. And I'm kind of a weak. Like, even by my own standards, I'm not that good at this game. And then add on to that the fact I haven't been able to max Ascension anyone yet. Which is part of the reason I'm gathering Windwheel Asters, so that I can at least max Ascension the Traveler, so I get 3 for the price of 1 more Ascension. I believe it's just 1 more Ascension, isn't it? Yep, 1 more Ascension for the Traveler. And then... okay. Looks like there are some on the opposite shore. Okay. It's actually not the opposite shore. It's there. Okay, give me a second. I do need to finish grabbing the Windwheel Asters in this little section, and then I can go back to Mondstadt real quick. Do you need me to DM you my user ID, or are we already friends on Genshin? Further northwest. Northwest. There we go. So that one Windwheel Aster is a dud and not actually on the map. Got it. I play on the North American server. Is it possible for you to lend a hand there? Or... outside of Windrise and Starfell Lake, the only other place that... oh, there are a couple that pop up over by Springfield. Okay. Outside of Springvale, there is... actually west of Springvale. It's actually really close to that Dawn Winery statue at the 7. Okay. I'll make a note of that. I'm gonna go ahead and send you my user ID real quick. Let me switch over to Twitch mode real quick. Bloop. A bloop. Oh, will it let me whisper my user ID though? Crap. pop out Whisper. Hang on. Okay, so that isn't working. Give me a sec. I'm actually gonna have to go into my Twitch chat. Oh. Because apparently, Streamlabs did not fix that whole don't direct message people thing. So, let me fix that. twitch.tv.com/jeronisleror. Not twitch.tv.com. That my brain. Twitch.tv/jeronisleror. And pause. Do not once. There we go. Let's get Whisper. There we go.
That's hot.
Double checking to make sure I got this typed in right so you don't accidentally go to the wrong world. Note here, it is in your whispers. All right. Alright. So the current bounty that I have selected is invulnerable to physical damage and has all elemental resistances decreased. I think it's ruin something. And it's over by the Thousand Winds Temple, so. Come here, girl. Come here. I see you playing down there. Come on. Come on. What you got there? Okay. Crap. Friend request. Confirm friend request. Are you Genos31? Nokia? Just make sure. Accept immediately. Okay. Hey, alright. Let's go ahead and elemental sight this. Okay. Alright, welcome to my world. Alright. This hint is attached to a mushroom. Okay. Okay. The next hint is attached to a hilly churl. Okay. Next hint is this way. Straight down. I think. Yep. Attached to a sweet flower. Okay. We've got 6 minutes to defeat this guy. And it sounds like he's close. Okay. There we go.
Thunderclap! Cool it.
Time for takeoff.
Frostbite.
Coming.
Think you can get away?
Heal. Raise her up a bit. Okay.
Freeze.
Then switch. Yikes. Okay. Right.
Here we go. Yahoo!
I taste blood.
Take this. Yeah. Yeah. Thunderclap! Lightning flash! Lightning flash! Free!
Yahoo!
Get back!
Let's play.
Take me back.
Take this! Freeze!
Yahoo!
This one will be frozen in time.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Take this! Yeah. Thunderclap!
Frostbite.
Let's play.
I taste blood.
Freeze!
Yahoo!
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright. Next, reputation rewards. I am so close to getting the treasure chest compass, it's not funny. That's part of the reason I'm here instead of in Liyue right now. Okay. How's my reputation monster? Thank you. Claim the rewards from the Ruin Guard. Okay. Looks like I've got another 100 reputation bounty and then an 80 reputation bounty to do, and then I'll be at the level for the compass. Are you ready for another difficult one? Alright. This one looks like it's invulnerable to both Animo and Hydro, and it looks like the Electro resistance is decreased, and damage from plunging attacks are greatly increased. Accepting the bounty now, I'm going to go ahead and go to the Statue of the Seven real quick. To heal up. Okay. Then from here, it looks like the bounty is in Daruapa Gorge. Yep, Daruapa Gorge. Alright. The hunt for clues is on. Alright. This way. A bit higher up. Okay, clue 1. Clue number 2. Clue number 3. Clues are gathered. Okay. Let's go ahead and head in the direction of the Ruin Guard, which looks like it's up. Not a good place to climb from. Okay. Try climbing from here, maybe. Found it.
Take this.
Off we go. I'm going in. Get back. Brace yourself. Everybody stand back.
Thunderclap.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's play.
Crap. Okay. Every time with that spinny thing.
Going
Lightning
in.
flash.
Brace yourself. Think you can get away? Yeah? Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up. Off we go. I'm going in. Let's light it up. Let's play. Let's light it up. Let's light it up.
Halloween thunder. Hit back.
Alright, and now go ahead and teleport back to Mondstadt. And then one 80-point bounty, and I should be up to reputation level 6 here. Alright, invulnerable to electro, invulnerable to pyro, increased damage from polearms. Accepted. I am going to go ahead and switch out which traveler I'm using. I'm going to go ahead and switch out for the Geo Traveler real quick. I'm also going to have to change the other character I'm using. One Geo Traveler coming right up. Okay. And then immediately switching out. I'm gonna go ahead and go with... I guess I got no choice. I'm gonna go ahead and go with Kaya. Alright. The bounty area is currently in Bright Crown Canyon. Go ahead and start getting to work on gathering clues. It's attached to a Hilichurl fighter.
Cool it. Don't get frostbite. Terra smash. To dust. Cool it. Terra smash.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Quick. Cool it. Terra smash.
Dodge this.
Terra smash. Terra smash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Terra smash.
Yeah!
To dust. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't get frostbite.
Well, explain!
What's the hurry?
Cool it.
Dodge this.
Crap. Lured me off the cliff.
What's the hurry?
Freeze.
Don't push your luck.
Terra smash.
Don't get frostbite.
Rain outlines your...
Freeze. Cool it. Terra smash. Yeah. Yeah.
Freeze this. This moment will be frozen. in
Terra
time.
smash. What?
Oh, so sorry. Dodge this.
Yeah.
Freeze. Don't get frostbite.
Terra smash.
No, my sword!
Yeah. Quake. Yeah. Cool.
Oh, so sorry. a birth.
Freeze!
Alright. With that, I should have the compass. Thank you so much for your help, Kia. I went the wrong way again. Force of habit. Okay. Claim the rewards. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and see what materials I'm missing. So that's a permanent craft, so permanent crafting stuff can be crafted over at I'd like to have something made, please. Golden Raven insignias. Drop by level 60 plus treasure hoarders. And Villanemo mushrooms. Okay. I'll remember that for later. Check Battle Pass. Confirm with Battle Pass that I've completed 3 bounties. Claim the enhancement ore. Then I'm going to go ahead and look to see if there are any ascension items. Okay. How do you feel about going up against the Pyro Regis Vine? Okay, I'm healed up. I'm coming your way. Teleport. There we go. Might wind up doing it once or twice. Just making sure I have everything I need for Diluc's next ascension. Okay. Am I heading the right way? Yeah, I'm heading the right way. Just a little bit off. There we go. Like going down there the same way I do.
Yahoo!
So
Would a
sorry.
gliding be faster?
Cool it.
Terra smash. Quake.
Just don't get frostbite. Dodge
Let's
this.
play! Think you can get away?
Cool it. Dodge this. Cool it. This moment will be frozen.
Terra smash. Quake.
Free. Dodge this. Oh, so sorry.
Yahoo!
Freeze. Cool it. Don't get frostbite.
Dust.
Okay. Checking how many more I need for Deluxe Ascension. I need 5 more of the Everflame seed. So, care to hit this again? I'm gonna go to the Statue of the Seven and then come back to give the boss a chance to refresh. I'm gonna try going in from the top because I saw it had an open air top, so like I can drop down on from there. Let's see if finds it helping. Go to food real quick. Huh, you didn't refresh. That is interesting. Also mildly disappointing. So I'm gonna go ahead and check something real quick. Okay. Yay, the jerk is back.
Cool it. Oh, so sorry. What's the... This moment will be frozen in time. Freeze. Dodge this.
Time for takeoff.
Terra smash. This moment will be frozen in time. Dodge this.
Here we go.
Don't get frostbite. Quick. Terra smash. Freeze.
Brace yourself.
Oh, so sorry. This moment will be frozen in time.
Here we go.
Quick.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and hit it again. We're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for it to refresh, though, than I thought, so... Okay, so I did I see that wrong, or did another monster follow you in? Because that looked kind of funny. Like, it was just like, it was there attacking, and then just all of a sudden it was like, I'm bored, and walked away as we were getting clobbered by the roots. It's like, the monster behavior in this game is so weird, you know? Like, no joke. I'm also going to look at the other ingredients I need. I'm going to need to, after I get all the stuff I need from this guy, I'm gonna need to gather lampgrass. Sorry, lampgrass. Sergeant's insignia. I need
Come on.
18 sergeant's insignia. I think I can get that here. Give me a second. Sergeant's insignia. That's the recruit's insignia. Sergeant's insignia. There it is. And I need 18 of those. Okay, so I got that ingredient. Alright. Hopefully that's been enough time. Alright, it's back.
Oh, so sorry. Freeze. Dodge this. What's the hurry?
Let's play. Think you can get away?
Don't get frostbite. Cool it.
Here we go.
Terra smash. Quick. Freeze. Oh, so sorry. This smoke will be frozen in time. What's the cool it? Freeze.
Time for takeoff.
Cool
Here
it.
we go.
Freeze. Oh, so sorry. Terra smash. Don't get frostbite. Dodge this. Cool it. Quick. Freeze. Dodge this. Oh, so sorry. Frostbite. Terra
Think you can get away? Brace yourself.
Freeze.
Come on, let me pull it. 3. Yes. Okay. Okay. I finally pulled the feather for the gladiator set after all this time. Yay! On that note, how about I check what I need for Razor's Ascension. Okay. I'm gonna need stuff from the electro-hypostasis, so... I mean, actually, this team would actually work good. Or at least what I have on my end. I'm gonna take a quick pit stop by a Statue of the Seven. And heal up. Alright.
Don't push your luck. Don't. Dodge this. This moment will be frozen in time.
Motion.
Cool it. Terra smash.
Going in.
Freeze. Dodge this. Freeze.
Let's light it up. Yeah. Off we go.
Yeah.
Boom.
Cool it.
Time for your break.
Freeze.
Adventure time. Everybody stand back.
Quick. Don't get frostbite.
Incinerate.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. That'd be 120 restored. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do a quick Statue of the Seven run. Stand for a little bit, give the giant cube a chance to heal itself. Okay, I think that's been we'll go ahead and check real quick, and if not, then I'll do another quick bamf.
Let's light it up!
Dodge this. Cool it.
I'm going in! Let's light it up! Terra Flash!
Dodge this.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Cool it. Freeze.
Adventure!
To dust. Oh, so sorry. Dodge this.
Okay. How many more of the lightning prisms do I need? 7. Double checking to make sure there are no hard to get items for the Traveler's Ascension. No. Okay. Okay. So, with that, back to Statue of the Seven. Give the giant ball of electric death just enough time to rest. I'm actually going to go ahead and, without going anywhere, do a quick gadget switch so I can have the camera going, or other available. Special camera. Why not? And
Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway. Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me.
okay. All right, let's go ahead and head back. Let's see if the giant ball of electric death is ready to die again. It is not. Okay. I'm gonna do a shorter range teleport and then come back.
Don't push your freeze.
Everybody stand back! Motion to compel! Let's light it up!
Will be frozen in time.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Terra smash.
Incinerate!
Terra smash.
I'm going in! Inadmissible? Let's light it up!
Terra smash.
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Oh, so sorry.
Let's light it up!
Cool it.
Oh, that is weird. That is the longest I've ever seen it wait to respawn. Huh. Okay then. It respawned. Did we break it?
What's the hurry?
I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and try to see if maybe going farther away and then giving it some time to respawn. Okay. Okay, it's finally back.
Dodge this.
Everybody stand back! Back up the flame! Motion! Let's light it up! Let's light...
Terra smash.
Teamwork is
This
strength!
moment will be frozen in time. Cool it.
Let's light it up! Time for your... Everybody stand back! Let's light it up!
Dodge this.
Gonna go ahead and try hanging out in Storm Terror's lair for a bit, and then trying to hit her again. I only need 5 more of those. I can synthesize the rest of that. And then I need to gather up the masks, which I can actually maybe... No, those masks are way too high quality for that. I've got outstanding achievements. Okay. Okay. think that should have been enough time. I'll go ahead and head back and check on Tull, QB, and Sparky. Yep, he's back. Alright.
What's the hurry? Terra smash!
I'm going in! Incinerate!
Quick! Terra smash!
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
What's the hurry? Don't push your luck. Cool it. Dodge this. This doesn't look good.
The law has loopholes.
To dust! Freeze!
Boom boom!
Okay.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Alright.
Practice your luck. Cool it. Freeze. Dodge this. Freeze.
Going in! Let's light it up! Off we go!
Oh, so sorry.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Dodge this.
Inadmissible evidence!
Adventure time! I'm going in!
Cool it.
Okay. Check Razor's Ascension track. I just need one more of those, and then... Okay.
Practice your luck. Seems all the other knights already have their hands full. Terra Smash!
Inadmissible evidence!
Quake! Terra Smash!
Okay. That one's done. Okay. The next character I need to ascend will be Kaya. And what ingredients am I missing for him? Okay. Okay. Mind helping me with the cryo Regisvine? For a little bit? Okay, I'm gonna double check my okay, there we go. Just realized I probably should have switched Kaya out. That's on me. Oh well.
Let's light it up! I'm going in!
Dust! Terra Smash!
Let's light it up!
Terra Smash!
Jeronisleror is the answer. If it's easier to think of in separate words, chair, own, is. That's how I have to put it into Pia Pro in order to get a Vocaloid to sing it. Because the word just registers as nonsense.
What's that?
Let's light it up!
Yahoo! Time for takeoff.
Terra Smash!
Use original resin. Not a problem. I only need 5 more of those to ascend Kaya, so I'm gonna go ahead and make this easier. I'm gonna go ahead and switch out, because I realized I probably should have removed Kaya from the party. I'm gonna go ahead and switch out both the version of the Traveler I'm using and gonna switch back to having Razor in the party now that we're not dealing with the Electro thing. So much harder to tackle bosses and domains now that the world level's been increased. Party setup. Achievements. Things in the Out Realms. Okay. Then I've got a Battle Pass notification. Okay. Yeah, I know I can lower the world level, but I literally just increased it, so I can't decrease it back. I've got to wait another... Hang on, let me check to see how many hours I've got. I have 20 hours, 44 minutes before I can lower it again.
Think you can get away? Brace yourself.
Let's light it! Let's light it up!
Lightning flash! What? Thunderclap! Get back! Bellowing thunder!
Let's light it up!
Lightning flash!
Brace yourselves.
Okay. Just 3 more and that'll be done. Heal. Okay, yep, still not back. So I'm gonna go ahead and bamf back over. Need to either pull 3 more or we're gonna be hitting it twice. I guess.
I keep watching. You leave, you call me.
Check again. It's back. Yay. Now all I have to do
Take this!
Let's light it!
Get back! Lightning flash!
your time. Let's light it up!
Lightning flash!
Think you can get away?
Here we go. Let's light it up!
Thunderclap! Here!
Okay, we're gonna have to hit it one last time. Waiting for it to respawn.
Benny's adventure team. I have failed you.
can get away.
Let's light it up.
Brace yourself.
Let's light it up.
I taste blood.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Lupical. My lupical.
Take this! Following thunder!
Okay. That was the last Horfrost core I needed for Kaya. Is there anything else you want to do while you're here visiting? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick check of... because I do have one... No. Save that for another day. Thank you so much for your help, Nokia. I appreciate it. Do you have any social media handles you'd like to share with the audience, or... Alright. Have a good rest of your night, Kia. I'm gonna go ahead and switch into solo mode and start hunting down flowers and stuff. Co-op mode... Nope. No... What?
I keep watching. Leave, you come.
Choosing player. Confirm. There we go. Right. Thank you once again for all your help. I appreciate it. I need to start gathering up the non-combat related ingredients for the 4 characters we just focused on. So... for Diluc, it's lampgrass. Got about a half hour on what I've planned for the stream. I will probably be turning on something to listen to after that point. let's see here. But yeah, I got a warning from my YouTube studio about Genshin's music, and I was like, oh, fuck. I love the music of Genshin. So, like, I'm only going to be turning it on during story quests and during, Archon quests. Okay. Let's see here. Where's the Mihio map I was using earlier today? There it is. The official interactive map is amazing, folks. Like, no joke. So I'm gonna go ahead and mark what I need to find, which are Windville Asters. Oh. Lampgrass. Wolf hooks. The Raven insignia I can actually just get. And then... yeah, okay. So it's literally just those 3 out of the 4 characters that actually need me to harvest local specialties. Okay. So... let's look at the observation hubs. Let's start the trip into Springvale. And once again, thank you for your help earlier, Nutgia. You know what? I'm actually going to turn on something to listen to early. All rights belong to the owner, of course. Let's decide what it is we're going to be listening to. Podcast or news? Podcast or news? Podcast or news? God damn it. Podcast or news? I can't decide. Okay. Well, here's a good one. I'm gonna go ahead and give a shout out to David Pakman, spelled Pakman. I'm gonna be listening to one of his videos. It looks like released 5 hours ago, so roughly around the time I was taking my quick grab a snack break between Devil May Cry and now. So yeah, let's see what it is. It's the title is a little bit clickbaity,
I know how to make a beat, but I don't always
unless
know where to start. That's
someone
why I
said
use
something
Inazuma.
truly
It's got
horrible,
the
like
tools that I
the
need to
title
get past
suggests.
All right, we are going to do a deep dive into the bowels of the Republican Party, and we are going to see that through the lens of a completely deranged and demented speech given by the former President Donald Trump in Phoenix, Arizona over the weekend. The context of this speech was that it was one of these Turning Point USA, that's that college Republican group. It was a Turning Point USA event in Phoenix in support of the election audits, or audits as some call them, which some Republicans still believe are imminently going to lead to the reinstatement of Donald Trump. Now, none of that is going to happen. It's hard to even call the audit an audit, but we learned so much from this speech about the state of the average Republican voter. So let's get right into it. First of all, just the introduction for Donald Trump is beyond parody. Satire is dead. Trump coming out to dubstep mixed in with that lame country song that we're supposed to pretend that a rich guy from Queens actually likes. Take a look at this.
Do you miss me yet?
Please welcome the 45th President of the United States of America,
Good God.
Donald J. Trump!
It's gotten that pathetic, hasn't it? Fuck.
Be an American.
Okay.
That is a
Get it.
really,
Completely
really
beyond
bad
parody, unable to be
show.
satire, putting Saturday Night Live completely out of business. But the content was
God.
a mix of lies, yes, delusions, of course, and also just completely unintelligible statements. In this clip, Trump refers to the authors of the audit. I assume he means the auditors. He also, instead of talking about affidavits, he seems to say affidata. It's all weird.
We can't let this happen. Yet this is only the beginning of the irregularities the Arizona audit is uncovering. The authors and the auditors have collected a sworn affidavit stating...
So the auditors have uncovered the authors, and the authors found affidavits. So, you know, that seems to be... Listen, if you want a predictor as to whether these audits will have an impact, the fact that Trump says that they are authors finding affidavits, it's all not good. It's all not good. And then maybe in the most bizarre moment of the entire speech, Donald Trump repeating the word routers more than 10 times in 36 seconds. I challenge you to prove that Trump even knows what a router is.
The county has, for whatever reason, also refused to produce the network routers. We want the routers, Sonny. Wendy, we got to get those routers, please. The routers. Come on, Kelly, we can get those routers. Those routers, you know what? We're so beyond the routers. There's so many fraudulent votes without
Are we? Because you don't sound like you're beyond them.
But if you got those routers, what that will show, and they don't want to give up the routers. They don't want to give them. They are fighting like hell. Why are these commissioners fighting not to give the routers? How simple could it be? That will tell the
Because...
So that's very strange. Something...
Let me pause. The thing is, the routers aren't necessary for any of the things that the quote-unquote audit, because it is just a so-called audit. It isn't actually an audit, like, point blank, it isn't. For any of the things it actually is going to or is supposed to do, if it actually was an audit, in any legitimate sense, the routers aren't necessary. By a long shot. In fact, if they got a hold of the routers, the state of Arizona might have to fully replace the routers for the entire state if they wind up being tampered with as a result of being involved in this sham audit. I wish I were kidding. I'm not a programmer, but I have a basic knowledge of how internet networking works, and the physical routers, like the physical pathways and redirect points that are needed. Admittedly, most of them can be found in a commercially available router, but the ones used for the electronic tallying machines are very, very secure, and they are not allowed to connect to actual internet. They're allowed to connect to the machines and connect the machines to each other, but that's it. And like I know just enough about internet. Okay. Hey, bye, Nokia. Be safe, be well, okay? Like, what is Trump even talking about? Fuck this guy.
Something really weird going on there, almost like Trump falling into some kind of linguistic black hole where he just can't stop repeating the same word. And then we go from confusion to just lies. Trump says that the real big lie is that Joe Biden won. In other words, the lie being told is Biden won. The truth as Trump sees it is he actually was the winner in November, now 9 months ago.
The big lie, they call it. You know what's the big lie? The opposite is the big lie. The
Right.
election was the big lie. And I've got to tell you, I've got to say this. I've never said it before, but I've always thought it.
Uh-oh.
If I lost the election, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. Seriously, if we lost the election, we lose an election, I'll go home, I'll start building buildings, I'll do something, I'll keep myself busy.
Now, this is funny because he did lose, and he promised before, if I lose, you won't see me again. And yet here he is in, like, speech number 5 or 6 since losing the election, but he just continued. His argument is, I didn't actually lose.
But you know what? If we lost the election, we know when we lose.
You don't.
Yeah. You don't.
Big-
So
You
there-
don't.
There's that. And then Trump just continuing with this stuff. Let's look at one more of these.
If I lost this election, I could handle it pretty easily. When they
No,
steal it from you
you're
and
not
rob it,
handling it pretty easily.
That's not easy.
What the
and we have
fuck?
to fight.
Right.
We have no choice.
So there it is. That's what I alluded to
Oh,
before, which is
God.
Trump just doesn't believe that he lost. He says, if I lost, I would accept losing, and I would be fine. I would be a big boy. I would be an adult. Well, but sir, this time,
Sir,
you're not actually acting like an adult. But you said you would. Well, no, that's because I didn't actually lose. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, just completely disconnected. And the crowd cheering is a real sign to us. The fact that these crowds continue to believe this tells us a lot about the state of the Republican electorate at this point in time. Then Trump again sort of alludes to the idea that once these audits are done, he'll be back in office. And of course, there's no mechanism for such reinstatement. And of course, the audits aren't real audits. And of course, he didn't actually win. And, you know, I don't think I need to tell you.
they almost got away with it. They may have gotten away with it. We're going to find out because something's going to have to be done.
Something.
But I don't think so.
Something.
I don't think so. You know, if somebody robs Tiffany, a beautiful jeweler, 57th and 5th, good location, excellent location, and they steal the diamonds, and then they get caught, they have to turn the diamonds back.
The diamonds.
It's very simple. Amazing the way it works.
So apparently returning stolen jewelry to Tiffany's at 57th and 5th is equivalent to the reinstatement of a president 9 months post an election. It's all very, very strange. And you and I might say, David, who could possibly believe that at this point? The people in the crowd, at least some of them seem to believe it. Check out what Donald Trump then claimed about the first 6 months of Joe Biden's presidency.
But you know what? If instead of doing the horrible, they're saying it was the worst 6 months in the history of the presidency. I don't know that that's true, but I would say it is. But
Yeah,
you know,
it's not true. Trump's instinct there, I don't know if it's true. What's amazing to me about that is all the people saying we've gone down a communist spiral and it's all dystopian and it's all terrible, socialist, Marxist, etc. Imagine being so disconnected from reality that you believe Biden has even done that much one way or the other. I mean, quite frankly, many people, myself included, wish that Joe Biden had done more. Now, there might be people who would disagree with the stuff Biden did. If
David's
he did
not
it,
wrong.
And people who would agree, but he's just not
Biden's
done that
not-
much. He did some executive orders right up front to reverse some of the most atrocious things that Donald Trump did. He got COVID stimulus passed, which was a great thing, but it's relatively low-hanging fruit. Globally, Europe looks at the controversy that took place here over Biden's COVID stimulus package, which Republicans were against despite signing off right away on the Trump stimulus packages, which were very, very similar. He hasn't even done that much one way or the other. And the idea that in 6 months, so much has happened, aside from whether you like it, that this would be the most significant anything 6 months of a presidency, it's just imaginary. And then Trump starts leaning more heavily on the communist stuff.
like it or not,
Wait,
we are
what?
becoming a communist country. That's what's happening.
Oh,
Continue
no.
to recommend that when people say that, say, what does communist mean? Can you define communism?
Yeah.
What exactly is a communist society, an economy, a government? It's a really fun experiment because it goes nowhere. And then Donald Trump recommending the vaccine, but also recommending freedom.
We are at the beginning of a communist system.
Sorry, no.
Radicals are seizing power and destroying everything we hold dear as Americans. And
Okay, so that's more on the communism stuff. Then Trump recommends the vaccine, but also recommends freedom. It's like, what does that mean?
I mean, how about the vaccine? I came up with the vaccine. They said it would take 3 to 5 years, gonna save the world. I recommend you take it, but I also believe in your freedoms 100%. But just so you understand, but it was a great achievement.
And notice the crowd is not cheering for I recommend the vaccine. The crowd is cheering for I recommend freedom. And that's, I recommend you take it, but I also recommend freedom. Yeah. And the delusional nature of I came up with the vaccine. I mean, aside from the fact that, it's scientists and people in medicine who come up with the vaccine, the idea that Trump did anything other than just pre-purchase some vaccines is laughable at this point. It's crazy that he's even still repeating that. And then Trump finally gets to the topic of running in 2024. And he says, when I talk about people tell me running in 2024, I just won an election. Why do I need to run again?
You're way ahead of everybody. Run in 24, sir. You're going to win. And I say, wait a minute. I just won 6 months ago.
So he's still pushing the lie.
Have you been told you can't get high-speed internet
the
where
hell?
you live? Well, you can.
Oh, right.
With HughesNet,
Fucking ads.
Congratulations, sir. You just won the election.
Yeah, so Trump insisting, run again, I just won this thing.
Good
As many of you know,
gods.
the Olympics are going on, and then Donald Trump started sort of goading the audience into booing the U.S. women's soccer team, which doesn't sound particularly patriotic to me.
Demented. The U.S. women's soccer team is a very good example of what's going on.
Boo.
Why are you
Earlier
encouraging
this
people to
week,
boo
they
against the American
unexpectedly
team?
lost
Where's your
to
national
Sweden,
pride? That you
3-0.
what? Why are you booing the women's national team? Why are you
And
People
being
are
so?
cheering the loss of the U.S. women's. I thought this was all about Team America. They're cheering that the U.S. women's soccer team lost.
Americans were happy about it.
No, your crowd is happy about it, dude. They're cheering.
You proved that point before I even said it. Demented.
Okay. Anyway, so Trump almost seeing people cheering it as a good thing. I mean, what is considered patriotic about that? I thought these were the people who had the monopoly on patriotism. Then, in a bizarrely xenophobic moment, Trump can't remember the name of a Taliban leader, and he just refers to him as Muhammad. It's very strange.
It's a much different deal. I told the Taliban, I spoke to the leader, and I said, let's call him Mohammed. I said, Mohammed, we're leaving.
Yeah, so his name is actually Hibatullah Akhundzada, but Trump, absent remembering, he's like, well, it's a Muslim guy. Let's just call him Muhammad. Bizarre moment. And of course, like the implicit xenophobia of that going completely over the crowd's head, or not going over their head, but they like it. And
Good
then,
gods.
and this is really relevant to what's going on within the party, when the name Mike Pence is mentioned, the crowd boos. This is a Republican crowd.
And I only wish that my friend Mike Pence had that additional courage
Boo.
to send the results back to the legislatures, because it all happened so quickly. You know, they schemed in this plan for 4 years. This all
Right.
happened
So the crowd not liking the former Republican president. This is a Republican crowd, by the way. And then lastly, it all coming full circle, Trump describing a propaganda technique that he's actually using to convince people of stuff.
But that's what they do. And you know what it's called? Disinformation.
Huh.
They make up a lot of crap, and they say it over and over and over. And one day, you say, oh, who was the one that wanted to defund? I guess it was the Republicans. The Republicans are against a very serious...
So anyway, Trump saying disinformation, you repeat something often enough and people start to believe it, which of course is what he has done. It's been his strategy. I won, massive vote dump, so all this different stuff. That's the technique that he uses. He's identifying a known technique.
Fuck.
It's just he's attributing it to the other side. So what are the takeaways here? First of all, completely outrageous, globally humiliating speech. I mean, the fact that a former president speaks this way, is doing these speeches, is saying these things, is absolutely humiliating. And in addition to that is the reality that he still mostly owns the Republican Party. The crowd is with him, although you have Liz Cheney, who is only with Trump 90% of the time, says the election stuff has to stop. Adam Kinzinger, who's going to be on the House January 6th commission that starts tomorrow, he's willing to say Trump is wrong on a couple of, but he mostly owns the Republican Party. And so the question is what happens in 22 with that and what happens in 24. And I want to hear from you. We'll have more coverage of this deranged and demented speech on our Instagram at David Pakman Show. You can leave your comments there or wherever else you're watching or listening today. Let me know your thoughts. One of our sponsors is Geology, the place to go for men's skincare. Geology helps men find a simple skincare routine that works. It's personalized for you by a dermatologist, and Geology can help with dark puffy eyes, acne, oily skin, protecting your skin against damage. You answer a few questions about your skin, a dermatologist will design a personalized skin regimen for your needs. You'll get a 30-day trial with the products they recommend to try them out. If you like how it goes, they'll keep sending it to you. These aren't bogus miracle creams. These are just the clinical evidence-based products that dermatologists have at their disposal, but they're tailored personally to you based on the products you really need. I took the quiz a couple of months ago. Their dermatologist matched me with a regimen that's just great for me. I've been happy with the results. My skin's looking great. I can actually see a difference.
Okay, so Trump basically is being a piece of shit. Good gods. Oh. Illuminati put out a new video. Okay. Let's give it a listen.
I know how to make a beat, but I don't always.
Blair's channel is IILLUMINAUGHTII. She does wonderful content about multi-level marketing schemes, bad businesses, corrupt charities. She does have a few issues herself that are kind of well known among the commentary and also among the essayist communities, but other than that, I still listen to her content because it is informative and yeah.
Hello and welcome to Multi-Level Mondays, a weekly series all about pyramid schemes, Ponzi schemes, multi-level marketing, and other forms of business fraud. I'm the Illuminati, and today we are going to be talking about the celebrities, influencers, and business icons who have gotten their hands dirty with multi-level marketing. As we've come to learn, MLMs are quite infamous for preying on economically vulnerable people, so why would people who are economically stable go for an MLM? In today's episode, we're going to discuss why celebrities decide to work with MLMs and the consequences it can have on them and their fan base. One selling point about MLMs is that anyone can rise to the top if they work hard enough. And while it is true that money can be made from selling products alone, it is near impossible to turn a profit doing so. The real money is made from recruitment. South Dakota's Division of Consumer Protection went into further detail about this on their page about MLMs. The main idea behind the MLM strategy is to promote maximum number of distributors for the product and exponentially increase the sales force. Without family, friends, or followers to lure into a downline or shill products to, losses are inevitable. Having customers does not always guarantee success either, but it does provide potential. Given all the expenses and costs necessary to operate in an MLM, why would someone with a high-profile career want to choose such a source of additional income? Well, as we're going to see, most celebrities that work with MLMs don't do so as affiliates. Business for Home, a pro-MLM website, has its list of MLM 500 celebrities. I assume they mean top 500, but the odd thing about this list, although it says celebrities, is that they are still group entities on the list, like AC Milan as its #1 celebrity. And they're on there because they endorse Amway. So it's hard to say if all the athletes on the team wholeheartedly support Amway or they're just taking up a sponsorship deal, and I kind of bet it's on the latter. It's also confusing where the number 500 comes from, as there's only 102 names on the list, but go off. As for individuals, a lot of people on the list are athletes or sports teams, and personally, I don't keep up with sports a lot, so I'm going to list what I think are some of the more notable names on the list, but there's obviously more. Actress Anna Lynn McCord endorses Verve, Vema. Actress Courtney Cox endorses Avon. Former Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos is married to former Amway CEO Dick DeVos. Singer, songwriter, dancer, and actress Paula Abdul endorses Verve, Vema. Businessman Warren Buffett owns the Pampered Chef and Kirby Vacuums. Actress Reese Witherspoon is an Avon spokeswoman. Singer-songwriter Jordan Sparks endorses Doubly. Actor and comedian Kenan Thompson endorses Verve, Vema. Former president and business mogul Donald Trump, who we all know from the multiple videos on his MLMs, is quite the supporter of these, was also the owner of Trump Network. Another former president, Bill Clinton, endorses the Direct Selling Association. In fact, on September 23, 1996, he delivered a video message to the association, and it's interesting. He describes multi-level marketing as a global movement that promotes enterprise and rewards individual initiatives. With such inspiring language like that, which came from the President of the United States at the time, it makes sense that uninvolved people would see this and want to be part of this movement. To this day, people still use Bill Clinton's words as a ringing endorsement for their MLM companies. For instance, this one blog post from consultant Kuldeep Singh reads, Bill Clinton on network marketing mentioned that it is the future of marketing and eventually can change the perspective of people regarding it. Network marketing is all about marketing through people, for people, and by people. Moreover, people can earn huge profits, which is definitely one of the most important things to consider while marketing. Of course, this article, as well as other distributors, will also purposefully misquote well-known celebrities too, or even put words in their mouth. One of the first supporters listed in that article is business magnate Bill Gates, best known as the co-founder of Microsoft. Singh quotes him saying that, "If I would be given a chance to start all over again, I would choose network marketing." There's no citation for this, and furthermore, there's no proof he ever actually said it. MLMs are known for making claims without any citations whatsoever, so this behavior is nothing out of the ordinary. Most of these are endorsements and not affiliates, with a few owners on the list as well. It is difficult to judge whether these endorsements are on product quality or if they were paid to promote them. While we can evaluate a few examples, it would take all day to evaluate the merit of every single endorsement on that list. Some of these companies have more celebrity or team endorsements than others. If we were to tally the results of who has the most brand deals, Herbalife would win by a landslide. Oddly enough, it doesn't seem as if having extra celebrity support has given them an upper hand in the health and fitness industry, so I think the only winners there are the celebrities and teams getting paid for endorsing them. One last thing to note from this list is that these are considering past and current endorsements, meaning a lot of these celebrities aren't actively working with these MLMs anymore. For instance, Courtney Cox worked with Avon as their spokeswoman for their new perfume Spotlight back in 2008 and 2009. It seems as if she hasn't worked with them since, reflecting a trend of celebrities just as marketing icons for MLMs rather than active affiliates. This is especially telling when it comes to defunct companies like Vema, a multi-level marketing company that was found to be a pyramid scheme by the FTC and shut down in 2015 because of it. But Business from Home, the website where the celebrity list comes from, touts these endorsements and the others as if these companies were not proven frauds.
Commercial just kicked in. Skip ads. Okay.
Now, back in August 2nd, 2018, Young Living announced a new partnership it forged with 3 new celebrities. The first 2 were Alexa and Carlos Penavega. Alexa, the most famous for her leading role in the Spy Kids franchise, and Carlos most famous for his involvement in Big Time Rush, though both have had other acting gigs since. Also announced that day was Tia Mowry of Sister Sister and Twitch's fame. Young Living Professionals, a Young Living program for health and wellness professionals, went more in depth about this partnership on their Facebook page. Alexa and Carlos have been using Young Living products for less than a year, but are already immersed in the YL lifestyle. When traveling for their film and television careers, they always take their diffuser and rely on a combination of supplements to keep their routine focused on wellness for the entire family. Tia, who rose to fame on the 90s hit classic Sister Sister, has been a fan of Young Living products for many years and uses the oils daily. She loves the respiratory support offered by eucalyptus essential oil, peppermint essential oil, and Thieves, her go-to winter favorite. Now a successful producer, author, and social media influencer, Tia is excited to represent Young Living and to learn even more about our process and the company. There's a link at the bottom to read the full bios, but when clicking the link, it redirects you to the homepage. So maybe that partnership ended too, or the link broke, but it just seems odd given that the post is less than 3 years old. At the moment, it seems as if Alexa and Carlos Penavega are currently more involved with Young Living than Tia, but I couldn't find much on where Tia is now with the company at all. She hasn't really posted anything promoting their products in years from the looks of it. However, she has been promoting other companies and products on her Instagram, implying that she's still an influencer, just not with Young Living. The Penavegas, on the other hand, are a totally different story. Lex and Los, as they sometimes call themselves, have frequently promoted Young Living, and since becoming their official brand ambassadors, that's like what they're all about now. While both Alexa and Carlos play roles in promoting Young Living, it is clear Alexa is the more outspoken of the two. While Alexa has shared the products on her personal Instagram account, she mostly shares them on her dedicated Young Living page. In the bio is her affiliate ID, which means she's building a downline in addition to receiving payments for her sponsored Young Living posts and giveaways. That's what makes being part of an MLM sustainable for people like her. They are paid by the company to promote their products compared to most affiliates who have to pay for most of their products. While most people lose money in MLMs, it seems like the relationship between them and Young Living is one of the most profitable the company has, for both sides. And to be fair, the Penavegas may not be aware of the harm they're causing. After all, they've devoted themselves to leading healthy lifestyles in general, and oils are apparently part of that lifestyle for them. Well, the more dominant part of that lifestyle, but you get the point. Many are the posts are of diffusers or oil bottle arrangements, but there are also family posts too. Something a bit worrisome about the Instagram page, Oil Inspired, is the promotion of ingesting oils, such as 2 posts from April 15th, 2020. If you've been around on the channel here for a while, you might know that Young Living has a line of dietary essential oils that they claim are safe to ingest. This so-called Vitality line is meant to be the solution to essential oils being unsafe to consume. Young Living even claims that, and I quote, "Current regulatory guidelines and research indicate that the Vitality line is an up-to-date offering of essential oils that are safe for ingestion when label directions are followed." This statement is misleading for several reasons. The current regulatory guidelines that Young Living is referring to is likely their Seed to Seal promise, which is a self-imposed set of guidelines used by Young Living and created by Young Living that are really only lucrative nominally. As explained by Wendy Robbins, a certified aromatherapist, as well as the founder and author of the website AromaWeb, no U.S. governmental agency or generally accepted organization grades or certifies essential oils as therapeutic grade, medicinal grade, or aromatherapy grade in the United States. There is no formally approved grading standard used consistently throughout the essential oil industry. Just to clarify, what this means is that essential oils are an unregulated product that is only moderated by the companies themselves. What is most important to make clear is that in most cases, essential oils are not safe to ingest. Neuropsychologist and certified aromatherapist Joy Power weighed in on this issue for WebMD, saying, "Contrary to what several essential oil companies recommend, the oils generally should not be swallowed. The body absorbs more this way, boosting the chance that they will interact with medications or cause an allergic or toxic reaction." Further on in the article, for instance, it is mentioned that several citrus oils contain a class of organic chemical compounds that can cause chemical burns when exposed to the sun's UV rays.
Jesus.
The best rule of thumb recommended by most experts, like those from the article, say that ingestion of essential oils should be done carefully and under the expertise of a trained professional such as an herbalist or aromatherapist. And under no circumstance should they be given to children since they are more sensitive. And one last thing to note about Alexa Penavega is that she has also endorsed Arbonne on her personal Instagram page. Under her story highlight titled Faves, there's one photo about some products she uses, 2 of them being Arbonne. There are also some Young Living and non-MLM products in that photo, but I just thought it was interesting to point that out. There's also a similar post on her page from October 28th, 2020, featuring Arbonne alongside Young Living and other products. So from the looks of it, Alexa does not seem to peddle Arbonne, but she sure has some friends or family that do. Now, Tia Mowry and Penavegas are not the only celebrities who have promoted Young Living. There was also Nikki Tutorials, a popular beauty influencer who currently has close to 14 million subscribers on YouTube. While the Penavegas are popular for their past works such as Spy Kids and Big Time Rush, Nikki is popular for her current works, her makeup videos. Not to mention, she has a larger following than both of the Penavegas accounts combined. So it makes sense how she grew so large. She has a very colorful personality and is an outspoken advocate of LGBTQ+ rights as a transgender woman herself. And she's someone that I actually really love, and I watch a lot of her videos. So when this thing wholeheartedly happened, I was so sad. So how could such a well-loved figure find herself with so many fans upset with her? Well, back on December 15th, 2019, she uploaded a video of herself testing out some Tati Beauty and Jaclyn Hill cosmetics. On the surface, it sounds like just any other ordinary video from her. However, around the 2.5-minute mark, she mentions how her mom introduced her to Young Living essential oils, and that she enjoyed diffusing some of those blends. Given the company's shady past and current business dealings, it makes sense that fans were concerned and wanted to point that out to her. One commenter under the video politely pointed out, "Young Living is an MLM, please do not support them, Nikki. Look into them and you'll see for yourself how exploitative MLMs are. If your mother is a consultant for them, I'm sure she's not putting herself at financial risk, but she is promoting a business that puts less financially secure people into debt and results in profits for the very, very few. Buy essential oils from traditional retail brands, but not from MLMs like doTERRA and Young Living." Other fans reacted more strongly, with one saying that Nikki was dead to her because she had zero tolerance for pyramid scheme shills. Given how big her audience is, it makes sense that some people would have preferred that she had done some research before promoting them. Some people also accused her of being deceptive because this mention of Young Living did not have a symbol beside it. For some context, Nikki uses a clever symbol system in her videos to be transparent with her viewers when it comes to promotions. 3 days after the video with the Young Living shoutout was uploaded, Nikki took to Twitter to respond to the backlash. It has been brought to my attention that a subject I spoke about briefly in one of my videos, Young Living is part of an MLM. From the bottom of my heart, I had no idea. I was just sharing as I liked the scent. I agree I should have done more research. I do want to thank the people who kindly educated me instead of attacking me out of the blue. I am human, and it's impossible for me to know everything, and through all of you, I learn. Of course, there are always going to be those who don't accept the apology, but for the most part, it seems like the reception was positive. She took the constructive feedback as an opportunity to educate herself and move forward. Thankfully, it didn't seem to affect her channel in the long run, given her numbers have only risen since then. Now, before we continue on to the mess of Roden & Fields and Anastasia Beverly Hills, let's just take a quick moment to thank today's sponsors. I got away with not shaving pretty frequently when I was holed up at home during the pandemic, but it's time to get friendly with my razor again, because for me, summertime means shaving more often because I'm gonna wear shorter, cuter summer dresses, which is the one time of the year I will not wear a sweater. And there's no better razor out there than the Athena Club razor. Shaving used to be something I absolutely dreaded, but Athena Club's products make it more fun and easier to shave. Not only is it the prettiest razor I've ever seen, but it's also gentle on my skin, leaving it moisturized, super smooth, and bump-free. Athena Club's razor is designed with built-in skin guards to help prevent razor burn while being gentle on curves, so it's no wonder that their razor has thousands of 5-star reviews. The razor is surrounded by a water-activated serum with shea butter and hyaluronic acid, which is the holy grail for skincare. And the best part is that their razor kit is only $9, guys, and it comes with 2 blade heads, a magnetic hook for shower storage, and your choice of handle color. And I personally have that blue teal, like baby blue color looking thing, and it is so cute. So show your skin that you care with the Athena Club Razor Kit. Sign up today and you'll get 20% off your first order. Make sure you go to athenaclub.com and use promo code MLM. That's ATHENACLUB.com and use promo code MLM for 20% off your first purchase. This episode is also sponsored by Purple Mattress. Doesn't it seem like the world's against us from getting a good night's sleep this time of year? It's summertime, it's hot, it's gross when you go to bed, I have a hard time falling asleep, so if things are like not the perfect temperature, not the perfect level of comfort, I will be up for hours just tossing and turning. But when you have a Purple mattress, you can sleep cool and comfortable no matter what the world throws at you. That's because only Purple mattresses have the grid, which is a unique ventilated design that allows air to flow through, guaranteeing you sleep cool, even when it feels like 1,000 degrees out. And by the way, they have pillows too, which those, oh my god, the cool side of the pillow, every side is the cool side. And that grid, by the way, is amazingly supportive for your back and legs while cushioning your shoulders, neck, and hips, no matter how you sleep. And unlike memory foam mattresses, which remember everything, the grid bounces back as you move and shift. So you'll never get that I'm stuck feeling that you kind of get from memory foam. I love, again, like I said, that my pillow is like, it's always cool. It's the weirdest thing ever, but it's so awesome. The first night I definitely had some trouble sleeping on it because I was like, this is weird. But then afterwards, like the grid and stuff, it's just squishy and you can just roll over, do whatever. It's always cool and it always molds right back to you. And by the way, you can try a Purple mattress risk-free with free shipping and returns, and financing is available too. So Purple is comfort reinvented. And right now you'll get 10% off any order of $200 or more when you go to purple.com/MLM and use promo code MLM. That's purple.com/MLM, promo code MLM for 10% off any order of $200 or more. Purple.com/MLM, promo code MLM. Now, let's take a look at a deal that went ugly. BuzzFeed News was one of the first to report back on February 4th, 2020 that RNF, or Roden & Fields, announced a collaborative promotion with Anastasia Beverly Hills as part of a Galentine's Day special. This promotional bundle included 6 of Anastasia Beverly Hills' best-selling brow products sold at a discounted price for Roden & Fields customers. Kaylee Brumwell, author of the blog Beauty Brains Blush, noted that none of the products were new or exclusive releases, but Huns were quick to promote the collaboration. Tweets and Facebook posts from RNF Huns hyped up the promo as if it were something completely special and not just a bunch of Anastasia Beverly Hills products with a Roden & Fields logo slapped on it. Interestingly enough, it seems like all of these posts have mysteriously vanished because, spoiler alert, the partnership didn't go through. Luckily, we still have some screenshots that give us an idea of the overall sentiment on their side. Who has used Anastasia Beverly Hills brow products in the past? Well, guess what? The #1 brow brand with 20.4 million followers on Instagram has partnered with the #1 skincare brand to bring you our exclusive Your Best Brows kit. A signature kit for any brow type or concern. This kit features full sizes of her brow best sellers: Brow Powder Duo, Brow Wiz, Pro Pencil, Brush 20, stencils, and clear brow gel, and it comes in 5 different shades. This is a very limited time offer and quantities are limited. I'm fully expecting these to sell out fast. This special brought to you in the spirit of Galentine's Day, celebrating fierce females. $30 discount if purchased from Sephora or Ulta, exclusive to Roden & Fields. Some people reacted more strongly to the announcement, threatening to boycott Anastasia Beverly Hills if they went through with this promotion. Makeup artist Alexandra Palma complained, "If it's true that Anastasia Beverly Hills is collabing with Roden & Fields, I'm done using ABH forever. #pyramid scheme." One esthetician, Des, wrote, "All the skincare companies in the world and Anastasia Beverly Hills really teamed up with Roden & Fields." All this extensive backlash around the time of this announcement on social media caught the attention of company president Claudia Norvina Soar not too long after. She promised to look into the concerns once they were brought to light, assuring fans in one tweet, "I am all over this. I had nothing to do with this, but this is top priority now. We care too much about the community to deter our relationships with consumers. I've been on since it was called to my attention." And from the looks of it, it seems like Norvina was not aware that Roden & Fields was an MLM, and once she found out, she called off the partnership almost immediately. The day after the announcement, Anastasia Beverly Hills put out this statement on Twitter. "Anastasia Beverly Hills would like to address the members of our community concerned about the test marketing effort conducted by Roden & Fields. A limited supply of product was delivered to Roden & Fields to conduct a short-term test. The brow kits made available have been selling at a very fast pace to RNF customers. Consequently, the test will soon end. We know that there are people who feel strongly both negatively and positively about MLMs. We respect all our consumers. We will not be continuing this test with RNF. We have not previously participated in MLM marketing. We do not have any plans to do so in the future. ABH will always take seriously the opinions, concerns, and suggestions of our community. Our relationship with you is our #1 priority. We will continue to research and educate ourselves on all future activities." You see, this deal was coordinated between Roden & Fields and fellow female entrepreneur Anastasia Soar, the founder of Anastasia Beverly Hills and Norvina's mother. Anastasia is not in charge of the company though, so ultimately the decision of whether to go through with the deal or not was Norvina's to make. In an official email to its consultants, Roden & Fields wrote, "Promotion update. As you know, we partnered with the founder and CEO of Anastasia Beverly Hills, a fellow female entrepreneur, to create a limited time offer designed to celebrate entrepreneurial women and female friendships. However, due to the negative sentiment surrounding misconceptions on the business model, Roden & Fields has officially decided to end the offer today at 5 p.m. Pacific Time so you can focus on the core of our business, our dermatology-inspired skincare. We are proud of the incredible brand we have built together with you. #RFLove, #RFProud, #WeAreRF. I find it interesting how the email twists the narrative to be that Roden & Fields' decision and not Norvina's. Like, no, it was not your decision to end the partnership to help your consultants focus on their business. It's because companies like Anastasia Beverly Hills didn't want to work with them anymore. From the timeline of Twitter responses and other posts, it seems like Norvina's response came before Roden & Fields' statement, which is also a bit strange if you ask me. I definitely think Anastasia Beverly Hills did the right thing as a company to protect their image and their brand. The only scrutiny I would make towards them is that Norvina, as president of the company and in charge of the company's day-to-day operations, product development, and marketing for the brand, should have had some oversight and known this was going on before the announcement was public. Either way, I'm glad Norvina took charge and did the right thing, because I think ABH would have lost more customers doing the deal than not. As awareness around the predatory nature of MLMs grows, the more controversial celebrities doing these deals with them becomes. For many celebrities, these deals are nothing more than simple endorsements and marketing campaigns. For others, such as what we saw with the Pena Vegas, these are intricate opportunities for continuous exploitative profit. Considering what role recruitment plays in the success of MLMs, that's what gives celebrities and influencers the upper hand in these types of business models, simply because they have more followers. Either way, it seems like nowadays the risk is not worth the reward for celebrities to have close relationships with these types of companies. It's easier and more effective for celebrities to engage in brand deals that will not result in a net loss of followers. When considering MLMs that have been endorsed by celebrities, please don't assume that the information about a company is accurate if an MLM alone claims that they have a celebrity's support. Celebrity influence, whether it be politically or socially, can play a significant role in swaying public opinion. And while today's episode was not a definitive list and more or less a picked selection of more, out there celebrities that have made their endorsements with MLMs more publicly known, that is where we're going to end today's episode. And like I said, there's many more out there, but these are just the few bigger ones that I kind of wanted to take a look at. So with all of that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's episode of Multi-Level Mondays. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, make sure that you're liking, following, and subscribing so that you can stay up to date on all the latest episodes. And if you want to chat with me, discuss whatever outside of these episodes, make sure you go to my Linktree link. You're going to find links to my Twitch, my Instagram, Twitter, Discord server, like you name it, any project I'm involved with, those will all be there.
Okay,
so thank you all so much
together.
for making it to another episode. I love you all, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
So, that was fun. That was a nice harvest. That was also a very fun walkthrough. Oh, she did a video on Focus on the Family. I've gotta hear this. Right in my childhood, in a good way, because I don't.
So you know how you see those ads on YouTube from those guys that say they're making hundreds of thousands, millions?
F you, advertisement. Okay. I have all of the ingredients except for I need more lamp grass. More lamp grass. Turn off the filters for wolf hook.
Hello and welcome to The Corporate Casket, a semi-weekly series where bad businesses go to die. We will discuss any and everything from bad charities, terrible CEOs, and businesses that have a lot to hide. I'm the Illuminati, and today we're going to be discussing an organization known as Focus on the Family. Now, Focus on the Family is known for being a fundamentalist Christian organization that promotes social conservative views. In other words, they promote creationism, abstinence-only sex education, adoption only by heterosexuals, school prayer, traditional gender roles, and then they lobby against LGBTQ rights. Now, before we get any further, I want to say that I know not all Christians agree with Focus on the Family. And I'm not about to start making videos on every church I disagree with or anything. People are absolutely entitled to their own beliefs. However, aside from the request on this particular topic, one 2013 instance is what got me really upset with them. This one statement from the president and CEO himself, as the New York Times writes, As the president and chief executive of Focus on the Family, Mr. Daly oversees a Christian ministry with an annual budget of $98 million, a paid staff of 655, and a fervently conservative view of the Bible and American social issues. Seated beside a philosophy professor at the university, Mr. Daly faced an audience of about 125 students and faculty members, some carrying protest signs, "Focus isn't my family," "No hate," "Let's be honest, who am I hurting by loving a girl?" For the next hour, through alternating moments of contrition and contention, Mr. Daly continued what has been the signal initiative of his term at the evangelical group, transforming an organization associated with the divisive strife of the culture wars into one that invites civil dialogue with its religious and ideological foes. Mr. Daly did not come to the campus here to retreat from Focus's opposition to same-sex marriage, which was largely the topic of the event, but to turn down the rhetorical temperature on the debate.
Turn down the
"We've created
rhetorical
an animosity,"
temperature?
he said in one emblematic moment of self-criticism. "We've said we hate the sin and love the sinner, but when you peel it back, sometimes we hated the sinner too, and that's not the gospel." Regardless of whether his tone won over every listener, and it surely did not, Mr. Daly had succeeded in differentiating himself from an earlier generation of Christian leaders like Jerry Falwell, Pat Robinson, Gary Bauer, and Donald E. Willman, who made their fame and notoriety alike in the battles around abortion and homosexuality. Focus on the Family, even by Daly's own admission, hasn't been built on loving values, but hateful ones. He knows they've created animosity against them, and rightfully so, and yet Focus on the Family only seemed to recognize this in 2013, perhaps when their message started to face some backlash.
Let's go ahead and...
Now, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here, but I think it's pretty telling when an organization's president and CEO even admits that they've been hateful. At the same time, he's still condemning same-sex marriage. Needless to say, I know this introduction is way too long already, but I wanted to shed a little bit of insight on why I'm covering them today. They truly are a pretty damn hateful organization, and believe me, we will get there. But for now, let's start by taking a look at Focus on the Family's history. Focus on the Family was actually founded as a radio program in 1977 in Arcadia, California, by the American evangelical Christian and psychologist James Dobson. According to Britannica, the organization grew to include daily and weekly radio broadcasts and launched a print magazine in 1983, a syndicated newspaper column authored by Dobson in 1992, a website in 1997, and subsidiary ministries in countries throughout the world. Dobson retired as president of the group in 2003, but continued as chairman of the board of directors until 2009. Jim Daly, the current president and CEO I mentioned, started his career at Focus on the Family as an assistant to the president in public affairs back in 1989. When Dobson retired, Donald P. Hodel took over, and in 2005, Hodel retired and left Daly in charge. So most of what we're discussing today happened under Daly's leadership. Now, make no mistake, when Dobson retired and even stepped down as chairman, it wasn't because the organization he created had strayed from the vision he intended. I know we've been through this before, like with the Wounded Warrior Project, where the founder feels that the charity or organization they created has twisted, so they leave. But that's not the case here. Dobson always wanted Focus on the Family to be about conservative values, as well as, quote, holding politicians' feet to the fire on issues like abortion, traditional marriage, and school vouchers, end quote. Dobson left because he felt that Daly had the position of the company president for too long, and he disagreed with it. As far as for what Focus on the Family claims to be about, their website states the following. Focus on the Family is a global Christian ministry dedicated to helping families thrive. We provide help and resources for couples to build healthy marriages that reflect God's design, and for parents to raise their children according to morals and values grounded in biblical principles. We're here to come alongside families with the relevance and grace at each stage of their journey. We support families as they seek to teach their children about God and His beautiful design for the family, protect themselves from the harmful influences of culture, and equip themselves to make a greater difference in the lives of those around them. No matter who you are, what you're going through, or what challenges your family may be facing, we're here to help with practical resources, like our 1-800-Family Helpline, counseling, and websites. We're committed to providing trustworthy biblical guidance and support. Their arguments for marriage only being between a man and a woman are posted on their site, their statements of faith, all that stuff. I mean, obviously I don't agree with that. I think anyone who's watched me or listened to me for a while knows that I very much support the LGBTQ+ community, so I understand that I can come off as a bit biased here. And by biased, I mean just supporting human rights, but
Yeah.
a bias.
Yeah.
And I'm also of the mindset that even if
it
you
is
don't
sad
agree
that
with gay
people
marriage,
consider
one belief system should not
support for
dictate
human
human
rights.
rights, marriage rights, healthcare rights of an entire group of people just because they don't believe in the thing that you do.
It's a crying shame
Another
that people
source goes
believe
through the
that support
timeline
for
of
human
Focus on the
rights is a
Family and states that their
controversial thing.
message was built on a foundation of James Dobson's best-selling book, Dare to Discipline, in 1970. Dobson even left Children's Hospital in LA to found Focus on the Family, so he wasn't unknown before this even began. Dare to Discipline, as the title suggests, is about encouraging parents to use corporal or physical punishment on their children. So maybe it's best that he, left a children's hospital. But anyway, by 1993, 15,000 people attended the dedication of a 45-acre Briargate campus, though they were interrupted by activists from, and yes, this is the name, the Lesbian Avengers, which, damn, that's cool. Their webzine launched in 1998. They had 1 million visitors to the Focus Welcome Center in 2000. You get the picture. Focus on the Family had grown pretty rapidly, considering they only made the move to Colorado Springs and began hiring people in the early 90s. Yet within a decade, they truly made a name for themselves. But around this time, their actions also started to get far more questionable. I'm going to try and stick to some kind of chronological order here, but mostly I'm just going to go one section at a time and focus on each of their actions and beliefs. We're going to start with their Option Ultrasound program, which began in 2004. The Focus on the Family's Option Ultrasound program was to create a bonding opportunity for pregnant mothers. In 2011, the Denver Post published an article that stated, ministry officials say an estimated 100,000 babies have been saved from abortion since the program's inception in 2004, according to data from participating pregnancy medical clinics. The Colorado Springs-based Focus provides grants for ultrasound machines and professional sonography training to clinics that support women carrying babies to term. The program aims to serve women in communities with high rates of abortions. Now, I don't want to assume anything, because this article and their website doesn't state it, so I have no idea how they even advertise this supposed OUP program. I know that in some places there's been the vans with the Save the Storks plastered on the side stuff, and these anti-abortion activists persuade pregnant people to come into their vans and get a free sonogram. The Colorado Independent states, depending on whom you ask, it's either a compassionate interaction marked by concern or the kind of creepy stranger run-in parents warn their children against every day. The interaction was staged as part of a promotional video for Save the Storks, a Colorado Springs-based nonprofit that teams with anti-abortion crisis pregnancy centers to place interceptors and sonogram vans outside abortion clinics. The company has so far partnered with centers in Texas and New Jersey. There's no Save the Storks van on the streets of Colorado yet, perhaps partly because intercepting a woman on the street outside an abortion clinic, as depicted in the video, would likely violate Colorado's bubble law passed in 1993 and upheld in a series of court battles that ended with the 2000 Supreme Court ruling Hill v. Colorado affirming its constitutionality. Since Focus on the Family is based in Colorado, maybe this bubble law is what's keeping them from actually going out in vans and telling pregnant people to keep their baby. I have absolutely no idea, and I don't want to speculate, but, kind of. Because in 2009, Save the Storks partnered with Focus on the Family. So I guess it's pretty safe to say that Focus on the Family does condone this kind of behavior after all. Offering help and being transparent with your message is one thing, but in articles argue that Save the Storks actually lures in unsuspecting mothers with their presentation.
Oh, that's
Colorado
worse than
Times
I
reporter
thought.
states,
Jesus.
the Colorado Springs-based anti-abortion organization Save the Storks is trumpeting a remodel of one of their mobile pregnancy centers, which offers free services including ultrasounds and pregnancy tests out of vans parked outside strategic locations like abortion clinics and college campuses. The new so-called wrap features an Instagram-worthy photo of an adventurous-looking young woman smiling and gazing out over a mountain landscape, and it's all part of the Save the Storks marketing scheme to appeal to millennials who might be pregnant and considering abortion. It's a thinly veiled attempt at masking their mission of preventing as many abortions as possible, often by misleading and guilt-tripping women. Planned Parenthood employee turned anti-abortion activist Abby Johnson sums up their marketing strategy best in LifeSiteNews.com article. Save the Storks has a trendy, relevant marketing approach that appeals to young women, Johnson is quoted as saying. Every pro-life organization in this country would strive to better connect with the demographic they are trying to reach. Save the Storks has done just that.
Discover matches all the cash back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year. It's amazing because Discover's accepted at 99% of places in the U.S. that take credit cards. Learn more at discover.com/yes. 2021 Nielsen Report. Limitations apply.
If Focus on the Family is about abortions, fine. That's their right to be, even if I don't think they're right. But this marketing strategy from Save the Storks, who again is endorsed by them, is questionable. You shouldn't have to lure and trick people into talking into you about like keeping your baby. Just be honest and open and conversational. These trendy raps that don't make their message clear really leave a bad taste in my mouth, and it is really deceptive. One Republican politician, Michelle Bachmann, even claimed that, quote, when women who were undecided about having an abortion were shown an ultrasound image of their baby, 78% chose life, end quote. And said Focus on the Family was her source for this. Focus on the Family was quick to correct her and said that they never made those claims. So at least Focus on the Family isn't publishing articles like that, even though some would argue their efforts are a waste of time anyway. Apparently, even those that do continue to have an ultrasound typically continue on with their choice. The statistics didn't waver for those confident in their decision, and for those that were uncertain, the majority difference was about 2%, at best. So, I'm not saying that this is a completely wasted effort of Focus on the Family and Save the Storks part, but if they're trying to prevent abortions, I've got to question their statistics about having prevented 100,000 abortions. I just feel like they're exaggerating their importance here. However, this isn't the only time that Focus on the Family's anti-abortion tactics have been, well, questionable, to say the very least. Tim Tebow participated in an anti-abortion advertisement with Focus on the Family to air on Super Bowl Sunday back in 2010.
So I need a total of 36
I know
of the
some people
higher
won't
quality
agree
masks.
with it, said Tebow of the 30-second ad at a press conference in Mobile, Alabama on Sunday in preparation for next weekend's Senior Bowl.
I don't think I have enough
But I
materials.
think they can at least respect that I stand up for what I believe. I've always been very convicted of his views on abortion because that's the reason I'm here, because my mom was a very courageous woman. Tebow has long been open about his strong Christian beliefs and family values. Focus on the Family says the ad will highlight the theme, Celebrate Family, Celebrate Life. The major television networks have previously declined to air polarizing advocacy ads. In 2004, CBS and its competitors rejected an ad by the United Church of Christ welcoming gays and others who may have felt snubbed by more conservative churches. At the time, CBS was heavily criticized. It says that in recent months, it has run more issue-oriented advertising, as ones for healthcare. The ad would not be the first spot purchased by Focus on the Family. In 2005, the group purchased an ad spot
After we get
during the show
Ascensions
Super
done,
Nanny.
I'm going to gather resources
At the time, the
for
group said that the show
the
was all about
refinement of
Focus
the
on the
sword
Family
I'm about to
principles.
give to
It was
Kaya.
boundaries and using the timeout chair, respect for authority, and good parenting skills, said Jim Daly, the group president and CEO. This ad is frankly offensive, said Erin Matson, the Action Vice President of the National Organization for Women, speaking of the Tebow commercial. It is hate masquerading as love. It sends a message that abortion is always a mistake. So, here's the thing. I did watch the ad, and I expected to find it horribly offensive, but I won't lie, I don't know, I'm not sure if maybe I just didn't get it or whatever, but I just didn't really see it as a full-on anti-abortion ad. I thought it was really subtle. Even though I don't agree with the stance, I still think for what it was, they weren't in your face like what the people who stand in front of a Planned Parenthood do. I'm sure you guys have seen the TikTok videos about it. These people are nuts, and this just wasn't it. Tebow's mother says that he was her miracle baby who almost didn't make it, and she still worries about his health, and that's really about it. It's pretty basic, and I don't disagree with Matson. It does send a message that abortion is a mistake, but that's only if you know it's about abortion at all. I'm not trying to excuse what they've done here because it's still shady to kind of hide the message in the words, "He's my miracle baby." However, what I found far more offensive was their YouTube video entitled "See the Little Girl Saved by the Tebow Super Bowl Commercial." This implies that mothers who abort are always wrong, always hurting children, and that not aborting will be the best decision regardless of the situation they're in. Now, don't get me wrong, it's great that it worked out for this mother and she feels she did what's best for her and her daughter, but the implications, you're missing out on an amazing child in parenthood, not everyone's gonna feel that way. I wish their promotional materials weren't so obviously biased like this and talked about other alternatives rather than just sending the message that you're weak or a bad person for having an abortion. All this is shady enough, but it is unsurprisingly gonna get worse. In recent years, Focus on the Family also supports Christian crisis pregnancy centers. They provide grants to these places, also known as pregnancy resource centers, and this, I'd say, is worse than the vans in the advertisements. The Journal of Ethics states, CPCs, sometimes known as pregnancy resource centers, pregnancy care centers, pregnancy support centers, or simply pregnancy centers, are organizations that seek to intercept women with unintended or crisis pregnancies who might be considering abortion. Their mission is typically to prevent abortions by persuading women that abortion or parenting is a better option. What might not be immediately apparent to someone seeking help at a CPC is that these centers take a distinct anti-abortion approach to pregnancy in that unintended or crisis pregnancies have two viable options, adoption or parenting. Multiple undercover or secret shopper surveys of CPCs and detailed reviews of the center's promotional materials and websites reveal that these centers give the impression of being medical clinics or having medical expertise. CPCs, as a rule, not only discourage abortion, but also refuse to provide referrals to abortion clinics, although they often provide counseling about dangers associated with premarital sexual activity. Women who visit CPCs typically do not realize that they are not in an abortion clinic and are surprised to find that abortion is not considered an option at these centers. They strive to appear as sites offering clinical services and unbiased advice. Lay volunteers who are not licensed clinicians at CPCs often wear white coats and see women in exam rooms. They also purport to provide medical advice on a variety of issues, including sexually transmitted infections, early pregnancy, and abortion. Because centers are sometimes located close to abortion clinics and have names and logos similar to nearby abortion clinics, women could mistakenly seek care there rather than at the intended clinic. They also seek to target women who are most likely to seek an abortion, particularly low-income women and women of color. These strategic practices appear designed to mislead abortion clinic clients. Now, I could go on and keep talking about how much CPCs piss me off all day and all night, honestly. The Journal of Ethics also goes into how shady this is and how they barely toe the line of not being illegal. Because yes, practicing medicine without a license is a crime, but these clinics are so careful to not do that and instead just simply push their agenda. One woman stated that when she tried to leave, the person working the sonogram machine, Penny, pushed it further onto her stomach. She states that she had to physically remove Penny's hand from her stomach. The voice message of Penny talking to her was pretty damn telling too, because all this woman did was seek help. She was lied to, tricked, and all the White Rose Women's Center, one of these CPCs, seems to be in the habit of doing just that. When Vice called to test them and ask for the cost of an abortion, they said they couldn't quote a price over the phone and it's their policy to have people come in, when White Rose knows full well that they don't offer that. These CPCs walk that fine line between misleading and downright illegal. Again, I could go on and on about this all day and why I think it's despicable, but I want to get back to focusing on Focus on the Family. The point that I'm trying to make here is that Focus on the Family supports these types of organizations, even though they're notorious for this type of trashy behavior. Although all this was definitely controversial for Focus on the Family, what we're about to get into next, I'd say, is something they've mishandled even more. Focus on the Family is against gay marriage, and Dobson, when he was the chairman, spoke out against it at rallies. The Southern Poverty Law Center, a civil rights and hate group monitoring organization I've mentioned before, technically says that Focus on the Family is not a hate group because they only oppose homosexuality on strictly religious grounds. Even so, one 2010 article from SPLC about their stance was pretty telling. It reads, "For the last few days, an educational analyst for Focus on the Family has been getting a lot of press. She's been suggesting that anti-bullying efforts that draw attention to the harassment of lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender students are part of the gay agenda to sneak homosexuality lessons into classrooms. One can argue, as some have, that Focus on the Family is a fringe group that doesn't represent the majority of Christians in the United States. That's true. But it also is true that Focus on the Family has an outsized impact on conservatives throughout this country. And by using deception and spin, the group has managed this week to grab the media spotlight. The goal is apparently to make schools less safe for LGBT students and more safe for their harassers. That cannot be ignored. It's also impossible to ignore Focus on the Family's smarmy tactics. Taking a page out of George Orwell, the group has developed a website for parents designed to challenge the monopoly. They've named it truetolerance.org. Sound familiar? And, okay, I get so tired of hearing groups like Focus on the Family say that there's some hidden gay agenda and acting like the LGBTQ community is trying to turn the world gay or some shit. Like, it's just not the case. Like, the community is about awareness, equality, celebrating openness about sexual orientation, like all that stuff. There's no hidden gay agenda here. If members of the LGBTQ community want to be mentioned in lessons, it's probably because, we're people too, and, stop erasing us.
Yeah.
Even if SPLC can't technically define Focus on the Family as a hate group, at the very least, they're hateful. Focus on the Family has even taken things a step further and purposely misrepresented research to make it appear as if same-sex parents don't make good parents. One source in 2006 reads, members of a group supporting parental rights for gays and lesbians accused Focus on the Family founder James Dobson of manipulating research data to say gays and lesbians are not good parents, and began a 65-mile march Monday to confront him at his Colorado Springs headquarters. A Focus on the Family official denied the allegation. Soulforce executive director Jeff Lutz said Dobson's statements have brought rejection and ridicule on gay and lesbian parents, and the group wants him to stop. That misinformation has real tragic results. It makes living for families like ours much more difficult. We are rejected sometimes by loved ones, we are shunned by churches, and we are discriminated against in every state in this country, Lutz said at a rally before the march. Judith Stacy, a sociologist at New York University, said her work was manipulated in an attempt to show gays and lesbians do not make good parents. This is a direct misrepresentation of the research, she said. Focus on the Family spokesperson Glenn Stanton cited other research, including an article co-authored by Mary Park, a policy analyst at the Center for Law and Social Policy, that shows that children need a mother and a father, regardless of the parent's sexual orientation. When the sociologist that did said research is calling Focus on the Family out, that's how you know they messed up. This, to me, proves that Focus on the Family isn't just any other Christian organization promoting their values. They're manipulating and twisting scientific data to fit the narrative and harming people in the process. Multiple news sources justifiably came at them for this, and one educational psychologist, Carol Gilligan, said they twisted and distorted her research and told them to cease and desist from quoting her work in the future. Her exact words were, "I am writing to ask that you cease and desist from quoting my research in the future. I was mortified to learn that you had distorted my work this week in a guest column in which you wrote in Time magazine. Not only did you take my research out of context, you did so without my knowledge to support discriminatory goals that I do not agree with. What you wrote was not truthful, and I ask you refrain from ever quoting me again and that you apologize for twisting my work." From what I understand, this is not the first time you have manipulated research in pursuit of your goals. This practice is not in the best interest of scientific inquiry, nor does bearing false witness serve your purpose of furthering morality and strengthening the family.
I mean, I
Finally,
appreciate
there
that
is
you called it
nothing
bearing
in my research
false
that would
witness,
lead you to
because
draw
that
the stated
actually is
conclusions
the
you
whole
did in the Time
thing
article.
that's misquoted
My
as
work
saying
in
do
no
not
way
lie.
suggests same-gender families are harmful to children
Specifically,
or
you
can't
can
raise
lie,
these
you
children
just
to be
can't
as healthy
bear
and
false witness
well-adjusted
against
as
people.
those brought up in traditional households. I trust that this will be the last time my work is cited by Focus on the Family, Gilligan said in closing. If Focus on the Family wants to keep this act up, then they should rename themselves to TDF, Tearing Down Families instead. This serves absolutely no purpose other than to hurt the gay community, only making it harder for same-sex couples to adopt and questioning their parenting skills. It's absolutely disgusting, and Focus on the Family should be ashamed of themselves. Messing up how you've interpreted data on accident is one thing, and I've absolutely done that. I'm sure many of you have done it too. But when it's like
boost
this,
me
when
across
it's
the island,
purposeful,
but it
manipulative,
wasn't.
and it happened on multiple occasions, then I don't really know what you say about that one. Like, literally, they took the nearly 100% opposite conclusion of what the study was actually saying. Like, how did you get to that conclusion? Like, were we looking at the same study? Because I don't think we were. Dobson didn't just state an opinion that he believes a parent needs a woman and a man as parents. He explicitly stated that gay couples aren't suitable parents. So, first of all, has he never heard of single moms or single dads? Like, if so, what if a parent has a child that dies? Would they advocate for taking that child away from their mother or father because the other partner is dead? There's literally no evidence to that mindset. None whatsoever. And it really angers me that Focus on the Family would spew lies and promote this type of agenda, yet they say there's the gay agenda to raise awareness to homosexuality in schools. Like, it's bold of them to do such a thing. And worse yet, they didn't just misrepresent data about LGBTQ parents, but LGBTQ teens as well. Now, don't misunderstand, LGBTQ teens are at a greater risk for depression and suicide. One study showed gay and lesbian teens are about 3.7 times more likely to attempt suicide than heterosexual teens, at least as of 2018. While the outside world can have a negative impact, there are factors that can ameliorate it, said Dana Rofi, an associate professor of psychiatry and pediatrics at the Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. There are protective factors, such as having support from family, a safe school environment, and a safe supported work environment, as well as access to psychological and medical care, Rofi said. But Focus on the Family didn't take the information that way. One Canadian researcher, Dr. Elizabeth Sawick, who was studying this risk, says Focus on the Family took her research and blamed an increased risk of suicide attempts on, quote, pro-gay advocates who tell lesbians they were born gay and must embrace homosexuality. One source states, in June 2006, Focus on the Family grossly distorted a study by this Canadian researcher that showed teenage lesbians had a higher rate of suicide attempts. Unconscionably, Melissa Freyer, the spokesperson for Focus on the Family, blamed gay activists for causing the deaths, saying that teaching self-acceptance caused the young woman to be suicidal. Regrettably, they think they have to embrace homosexuality because pro-gay advocates told them they were born gay, said Freyer. This interpretation of the data baffled Dr. Sawick, who conducted the study. Nothing in the brief results we presented or in our overall study could lead to such conclusions, she said, after Truth Wins Out contacted her and showed her how Focus on the Family portrayed her study results. Population surveys cannot determine cause and effect, they can only suggest possible links. Even so, other researchers have not found these sorts of links, and neither have we. The Canadian Press, a wire service, interviewed Sawick, and she expressed further alarm on how her scholarly work had suddenly ended up as a culture war fodder. The research has been hijacked for somebody's political purposes or ideological purposes, and that's worrisome. And this is why that message from earlier really starts to just dig under my skin. How their current president and CEO says, oh, we were hateful, but we want to be better. They went so beyond hateful and literally blamed deaths of suicidal lesbian teenagers on gay activists. And think about that sentence for just a moment, like really drink that one in. It's disgusting, isn't it? And as we've seen, it's far from the first time they've done it. Elizabeth's research linked the suicide rate to LGBTQ teens being harassed, discriminated against, and closeting, but okay, Focus on the Family. Sure, you just want to come up with something new, I guess. Making up stuff is not scientific, just for the record. But anyway, this has me just a bit heated, so this is where I'm going to place today's advertisement so I can just take a moment to yell into the void, so I'll be right back. When the weather gets warmer, the last thing I want to do is be all sweaty in my kitchen cooking over a flaming hot stove. No thank you. But also, I don't exactly want to order takeout for every meal either. And that's why I'm still obsessed with Daily Harvest. Daily Harvest delivers delicious harvest bowls, flatbread, smoothies, and more, built on organic fruits and vegetables right to your door. It literally takes minutes to prepare, and I love knowing that the food I'm eating is actually good for me too. And Daily Harvest never uses any preservatives, added sugars, or artificial anything. And my personal summer favorite right now is the Daily Harvest Scoops. It's their plant-based ice cream, which that is so damn delicious. And I realize this might be a controversial statement, but I love pistachio ice cream, and they have a pistachio and hazelnut crunch ice cream, and when I am telling you this is God's treat delivered to my door, like, I absolutely mean it. But there's a ton of other amazing flavors, but I am pistachio obsessed. So if you want to stay cool, calm, and collected during the summer heat, make sure to go to dailyharvest.com and enter code CASKET to get $25 off your first box. That's code CASKET for $25 off your first box at dailyharvest.com. dailyharvest.com. This episode is also sponsored by Babbel. This summer, get the most out of your travels abroad by learning the language of your destination with Babbel, the #1 selling language learning app. From ordering in restaurants to asking for directions to gaining a deeper understanding of the culture you're about to immerse yourself in, Babbel makes the whole process of learning a new language addictively fun and easy. With bite-sized lessons you can actually use in the real world, Babbel is a can't-miss travel essential, which, finally we're able to do that again slowly. I am hoping to God that sometime next year I'll be able to go back to Bella Napoli in southern Italy, and I need to absolutely refresh on my Italian. Something weird happens to me when I go out there and I pick it back up, but that's like back when I used to learn Italian was very strong with the Neapolitan slang, so I'm trying to kind of correct myself a little bit so I don't sound totally weird as like an American with an Americanized accent using Neapolitan slang in Italy while clearly on vacation. I just feel like that's a little bit messy looking, so I'm trying to fix myself with Babbel. And Babbel has just 15-minute lessons that really make it the perfect way to learn a new language on the go in just quick little like time spurts, and I really like that they're like 15 minutes or less. And of course, unlike infamous language classes that you may have taken in high school, Babbel designs their courses with practical real-world conversations in mind, with things that you'll actually use in conversation. Right now, when you purchase a 3-month Babbel subscription, you'll get an additional 3 months for free, so that's 6 months for the price of 3. Just go to Babbel.com and use promo code CASKET. That's BABBEL.com, code CASKET, for an extra 3 months for free. Alright, cool, so we're back. Now, although I'd say we're through the worst of it, there's still some smaller things that I think we still need to address here. And by smaller, I'm not saying that they're not as important, simply that there's just less to say. Apparently, as of 2014, Focus on the Family started claiming that they were in fact a church. They reported a massive budget of $89 million, but they said they shouldn't have to pay taxes because I guess they're a church now because, well, they said so. And I guess, their organization is religious, but, that doesn't make them a church. The Right Wing Watch article was from a source that, as the name suggests, tries to take down right-wing activist groups and, quote, fight right-wing activism and defend constitutional values. Meanwhile, Christian Post says that Paul Batura, Vice President of Communications for Focus on the Family, told the Christian Post that the news stories on their reclassification as a church give sinister and fictitious motives to our application. Batura explained that the main reason for the reclassification was to protect the identities of donors to the conservative Christian organization. In recent years, there have been several occasions in which nonprofit organizations were targeted for information, including the names and personal details of their donors. In order to protect our constituents' privacy, and because Focus does, in fact, meet the definition of a church under IRS regulations, we applied for and received this designation, said Batura. After reading both sides, I just blame the IRS for giving them the designation.
Same.
It doesn't seem to fit for Focus on the Family, and I've got no idea how the hell they became classified as such. I mean, honestly, it seems so easy that, maybe I should make a church just for, the shits and giggles, the fucking Church of Pyramids or something, like the Church of Triangles, we only worship the holiest shape, which is the triangle, I don't know. But anyway, as of the past few years, the organization's board are its elders. The radio program is an extension of its congregation. Jim Daly is the head deacon and leader. It's kind of shitty, but I think you get the idea of what they kind of tried to do. I don't have any patience for that, and we're just going to keep moving it along. I think it's scummy, end of story there. You can have a different opinion, that's cool, that was mine. Now, there's no point in arguing with them. Church, charity, business, whatever the heck, my feelings don't change. Anyway, around the same time Focus on the Family was making up these lies about teenage suicide, they were also supporting anti-Semitic views in celebrities. Mel Gibson has been called an anti-Semite a ton of times now, way too many times for this to be a comfy topic. Maybe if it's once or twice, maybe there was a mistake and some growing pains, but it's kind of like an open secret at this point. He even asked Winona Ryder if she was an oven dodger. Ryder, by the way, is Jewish. I didn't even know you could say that. I didn't even know that was a quote. What the fuck? Well, anyway, in 2006, he was pulled over for drunk driving and apparently launched into this anti-Semitic rant towards the deputy. He said that the Jews are responsible for all the wars in the world and asked the deputy if he was a Jew. And that's pretty indefensible, right?
Yeah.
Well, no. We haven't forgotten that Mel Gibson portrayed Jesus in The Passion of the Christ, because Dobson at the time was kissing this man's butt so hard over that movie that he probably just forgot to condemn that behavior, right? One source says that multiple Christian leaders felt this way at the time, defending Mel Gibson's behavior because he was Jesus in a movie. Do you realize it was a movie, right? He's not Jesus, right? We know that. They know that Mel Gibson playing Jesus is no excuse for being a shitty person, but I guess that's just a me thing, not a general consensus here, because they didn't really seem to feel that way.
What?
Focus on the Family also has an adoption program called Wait No More, which has the fantastic goal of getting kids into homes and out of foster care. But with their attitudes towards same-sex couples being parents, I don't trust them at all to be part of the adoption system. Also, since about 2011, they've had this thing called a Day of Dialogue, which says it's all about how Christian students should be the first to stand up against bullying and exercising free speech rights. This used to be known as a Day of Truth and was created in support by the ADF, or Alliance Defending Freedom, and they were an entirely separate, terrible episode, but they're nearly as hateful as Focus on the Family.
Before. But yeah.
But it's a little terrifying and unsurprising to find that those two are working together. Naturally, as is the case with a lot of these organizations, Focus on the Family has also been heavily involved in supporting Republican candidates. The reason I'm not getting too deep into this is because I just want to focus on their specific misdeeds as an organization as opposed to all their beliefs I don't agree with, because that's a way longer episode. However, I will say that their campaign called Letter from 2012 in Obama's America was pretty damn pathetic. Apparently, they tried to paint Obama in the worst possible light and stated that if he became president, there would be terrorist strikes on American cities, Russia rolling into Eastern Europe, Israel hit by a nuclear bomb, gay marriage legal in every state, and the end of Boy Scouts. I mean, hey, I'll give them this, they were right about one thing. Gay marriage is legal in every state, finally. Boy Scouts is definitely suffering, but deservedly so because of all the molestation they tried to cover up. As for everything else, it certainly sounds like some desperate fear-mongering. And of course, last but not least, their Singapore branch has been labeled ineffective at best and sexist at worst. One source writes, "The facilitators of the controversial relationship workshop conducted at Hua Chong Institution, HCI, were ineffective and were not able to address objections raised by the students." This was the conclusion of an internal investigation of the program by the school, which is now planning to design its own workshops. In a circular sent to all students and teachers yesterday, HCI Principal Han Chiu Wang, the male facilitator in particular, was not able to address students' concerns satisfactorily when they had objected to various viewpoints. The workshop had come under scrutiny when 17-year-old Hua Chong student Agatha Tan criticized it in an open letter to her principal. She had attended the workshop in school last Friday and said a booklet that was distributed to the students had emphasized and enforced gender stereotypes. The workshop was run by external vendors Focus on the Family Singapore, a pro-family Christian charity, which said the workshop aims to help young people understand the opposite sex. The charity is appointed by the Ministry of Social and Family Development to conduct relationship workshops in schools.
So,
the workshop, which started in 2009, will conclude by the end of the year. In his
basically,
note,
up
Dr. Han
until this
acknowledged
last
that the
year,
booklet was a source of unhappiness among students.
Focus
He
on
was
the Family
disappointed
was
that the vendor
running
had
an
sent someone who
entire
was
section
unable
of
to
the
address the
Chinese
concerns of the students.
propaganda effort.
The school had engaged Focus on the Family Singapore
fuck.
previously, and students had given positive feedback. All in all, I'm kind of struggling to find anything positive about Focus on the Family. Promoting biblical values is one thing, but manipulating research, pressuring pregnant people to keep their child regardless of what might be right for them, blaming teenage suicides on LGBTQ advocates, and all of the other things we discussed today are what make Focus on the Family so upsetting. They didn't just create some animosity. They've been the source of pain and frustration for a lot of people. But with all of that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's episode. I hope you, enjoyed it, learned something new for sure. If you did, make sure you're liking, following, and subscribing so that you can stay up to date on all the recent episodes just like this one. And if you want to connect with me outside of these episodes, make sure you click my Linktree link. It's in the description box, and it's going to just pull up a big list of all my social media and other projects and things that I'm involved in.
Yeah,
so
seriously,
thank you all so much for enjoying another episode of The Corporate Casket. And
seriously, y'all should go listen to the Illuminati every now and then, because she is very informative, and make sure her videos are thoroughly researched. Again, she is a sort of a terrible human being, though. I mean, let's face it, anyone here on the internet is a terrible human being. No lie.
Wait, before you scroll away, you need to hear this. Republicans across the country...
I'm sorry, Stacey.
As anti-vax parents who sometimes tend to be part of the QAnon conspiracy theory group continue to push disinformation about the vaccine that's literally saving people's lives during this global pandemic, their children
this is from,
have to
TYT,
go
by the way.
behind their backs in order to get the vaccine. Now, in this case, Slate is reporting on young adults who have to unfortunately hide the fact that they're vaccinated from their families, but it gives you a sense of how family dynamics are called into question when it comes to something that shouldn't be controversial, something as simple as getting a vaccine to save your life. Now, there are specific people profiled in this piece. I want to share a few of them with you, including Robin, who's 27 years old and lives with her parents in Illinois. She and her brother got their shots, and so has her dad, but her mother is an avid watcher of Tucker Carlson and believes in the power of hydroxychloroquine. So Robin had to go behind her mother's back, so did the other family members who were vaccinated, and she says, quote, "My mom was and still is mad at my dad for getting the vaccine and calls him a sheep, so I don't feel like telling her. She still thinks he'll get the side effects any day now, even though it's already been 2 to 3 months. My brother also doesn't want any drama." So it's really a double whammy here, right? There's the vaccine hesitancy, which puts people's lives in danger during this global pandemic. And then there are the family rifts that take place as a result of the propaganda, the anti-vaccine propaganda, on television, in various either independent or corporate outlets, usually right-wingers. We're seeing a little bit of a change in the way some right-wingers handle this issue, right? Well, for instance, the CEO of Newsmax recently came out and said that he's vaccinated and he's encouraging everyone else to get vaccinated. Maybe some of these outlets are concerned about potential class action lawsuits in the future. But Dr. Ritchie, have you experienced any of this? Have you had to persuade family members to get vaccinated because they unfortunately were exposed to the disinformation?
Hell no. Everybody in my family was like, let's get it. When can we get it?
Was the one that's
so my family is a different dynamic. They don't listen to Tucker Carlson every night, okay? Here's a great irony and hypocrisy. These individuals will say, this is no worse than the common flu. But watch what they do. If you go and get a common flu shot, nobody in your family gets mad at you. So if this is no worse than the common flu, why is it when you go get the shot, people in your family get upset at you? Because it's about the politics or how it has been politicized. And it's been politicized in the tribal tradition of the Republican Party or the Republican movement right now, which is really the Trump Republican Party. What other healthcare decision, responsible healthcare decision you can make that would get this kind of reaction from family members who choose not to do it for themselves? If you want to go get a prostate exam, fine, go ahead. That doesn't mean everybody got to do it in the family. Nobody gets mad at you. Nobody falls out with you because of that. If you want to go and get a checkup, nobody falls out with you because they didn't get one. But if they're saying they don't want to get a vaccine for COVID, and you say you do, all of a sudden there's a rift in the family? No, there's something much deeper than just a healthcare conversation here.
It's interesting because the person who I think persuaded some of my family members to get vaccinated the most was Meghan McCain. I don't know if you remember, but Meghan McCain had a meltdown on The View because she wanted to get the vaccine sooner. She's like, I don't know when I'm gonna get the vaccine. I want the vaccine right now, and I don't have access to it, and I can't believe it. She was
That's
incensed.
An awesome impression.
She was so angry that she didn't have access to it. And there were some of my family members who were a little worried about the vaccine. They were a little hesitant. But watching a woman with the kind of privilege and wealth that Meghan McCain has have this public meltdown about not having access to it yet convinced them, oh, if she wants it, then I want it. If it's good for her. Yeah, exactly. So in this weird roundabout way, she actually persuaded some of my family members to get vaccinated who I think would have been a little more hesitant. But it's just crazy how, you're right. I mean, this has turned into, and I think the coronavirus pandemic overall has been used as a culture war issue when it shouldn't have been, right? Masks. Yeah. Masks became a culture war issue. The vaccine, unfortunately, it has become a culture war issue. And to see families torn apart over this is beyond sad. Because again, why does it get used as a culture war issue? Why does it get politicized? It's really about political posturing by people who are already in positions of power, people who have gotten vaccines, have gotten the vaccine themselves. Right. And they see it as a way for political posturing. They see it as a way for self-preservation. It's sick. But I want to share a few more stories with you, including Samuel. He's 21, lives in Toronto. His parents believe that the vaccine was, quote, manufactured by the deep state, end quote, and that when 5G gets turned on, it will kill everyone. So, like, can we just stop for a second? Because I'm curious about this. Why would governments force businesses to shut down in order to slow the spread of COVID? Because in America, as we know, corporations rule everything. So for lawmakers to go against what corporations would want by ordering shutdowns in order to save lives, like, the logic makes no sense. Why would they go through all of that in order to, like, later just kill everyone through a vaccine? How does that make any sense?
That's the beauty of a conspiracy theory. The more it doesn't make sense, the more it makes sense, right? To people that want to hear it. When you just read that, Anna, I literally had a dude who called my show early on during the COVID pandemic and said the exact same thing about 5G technology. And that rumor was so extreme that if you Googled the word 5G technology, literally a disclaimer that said, no, 5G technology does not contribute to COVID-19. But once again, you don't need facts, you don't need evidence, you don't need a scientific core when you have individuals who are willing to believe the lie. And that's what many have figured out, not only in politics, but also some of these individuals that posture as if they are left-leaning, and they simply would like to have more eyes and ears on their particular content. They don't care about people. And they should be embarrassed. It is shameful that they are misguiding individuals for the sake of their own personal platform, rather than being a conduit for true education and true information and being one of the good guys. They are the villains in this narrative.
Absolutely. Now, here we're talking about young adults who have to sneak behind their parents' backs in order to get vaccinated. But what happens if we're talking about teenagers? We're talking about minors who might need to rely on the permission of their parents to get vaccinated. Well, that topic was investigated a little bit in this next video. So let's take a look at what's happening around the country on that.
Now, in this bundle, you would find 24 different ghost hack packs, a few of which are specific.
As much as I like ghost hack,
according to a survey by the Kaiser Family Foundation, an estimated 1 in 4 parents say they won't allow their kids to get vaccinated. In all but 5 states, 12 to 15-year-olds need their parents to sign off. For teens 16 to 18, it's all over the place.
Just like random times I would bring it up, just so they would get it in their head.
Megan logged online for help.
So after they said no and you got upset, then what did you do to get information to talk to them about it?
Well, I went upstairs into my room and I looked up how to convince your parents to get the vaccine.
That's exactly what you Googled?
Yeah.
How to convince your parents.
What?
No. They got to get rid of the states that require permission for teenagers to get the vaccine. They got to lift that.
Yeah.
They got to lift it.
They gotta
1
lift
in
it.
4 parents are against their teenagers taking the vaccine. 1 in 4? That's insane. That's insanity.
Wow. You know, it's so disturbing to hear that because literally you have children who are more informed, who are more scientific, or at least they're looking at it from a scientific perspective. And they should be able, we're talking about teenagers, they should be able to make these kind of healthcare decisions without parental consent. And at least some states, they acknowledge that. But once again, if we got the schizophrenic back and forth between one state says yes, another state says no, this is a federal issue now. We need to have this conversation with our, with our federal government, with our federal lawmakers. But they want us to look at, the partisan conflict of investigating January 6th, which really won't change the reality of policy in this country.
Right, right. I want to share one more story, and this is from Ellie, who's 28 from Florida. Ellie says, when they found out, meaning when the parents found out, I was even thinking about getting the vaccine, they cried and legitimately thought I'd be dead in 3 years. If they did somehow find my vaccine card, they'd almost likely either kick me out or shun me in some way. No, these are parents who genuinely believe the misinformation that's been spread about this vaccine and understand that they're concerned that their child is going to die from the vaccine. They genuinely, legitimately believe it. They're not trying to prevent family members from getting vaccinated because they want their family members to die. They have been misinformed by bad actors in the media to the point where they think their children getting vaccinated will cause them to die. So I say that because I think that distinction is important. These aren't necessarily, like, these aren't bad people necessarily, right? They're just people who believe the wrong things because they've been propagandized to believe the wrong things, including this notion that the vaccine is going to kill you. And that's just not the case. I just wish we were able to have rational and logical discussions about these things. But how do you do that when people think that their bodies will be magnetized if they get the vaccine?
Good God.
How do you do that when people watch that one hearing of the video of that woman claiming that she was magnetized after getting the vaccine? She was like trying to stick a spoon on her neck and it wouldn't stick because she's not vaccinated. I mean, she's not magnetized. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
But like, it's just, we're in this weird, scary place where logic and reasoning is like thrown out the window. And for some reason, it's like no match for the propaganda out there, the anti-vaccine propaganda.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat, emojis, badges. You got emojis.
But yeah, check out The Young Turks. They do some interesting independent journalism every now and then. Sometimes they just do some commentary.
All right, so I got the Unison Ultimate One-Shot Bundle loaded up here. I'm going to show you.
Sep, no. Bye. Bye, Sep.
I was taken to the ER, but the emergency room they took me to was 45 minutes away. I had to pay for that out of pocket, too. Didn't have the money to do that. So guess what? I borrowed money or used credit cards or whatever I could. I even took money out of my kids' piggy bank.
Imagine being a worker in the United States, one of the richest countries on the planet, working for the most profitable, one of the most profitable companies on the planet, Frito-Lay, getting electrocuted on the job and being completely abandoned by the corporate executives who want to ensure that they increase their profits, even at the cost of human lives and, in this case, the health of one of their employees. Now, we've been talking about the Frito-Lay strike, and we have some positive updates on that. But first, I wanted to highlight what some of the employees at Frito-Lay have dealt with over the last several years. That video that you just watched was Brandon Ingram, who was, by all means, an appreciated worker at Frito-Lay until he was electrocuted on the job and disabled as a result. The situation got so bad that his family had to essentially make adjustments in every single facet of their lives. Take a look.
Remove 2 of the discs in my neck because they were bulging into my spinal cord. I wasn't getting enough fluid to my brain. If I didn't have the surgery, the doctor said any small fall or accident or something like that, and I would have been paralyzed from the neck down or dead. I still have to have surgery on my lower lumbar spine.
From the moment that he couldn't work anymore and needed short-term disability, Frito-Lay abandoned us.
I had to file for short-term disability and then long-term disability. Got approved for long-term disability, but that was months later. So no income coming in.
That's a picture of the car. We were driving.
They require you to go to the doctor so many times, and the doctor has to say that you're in this condition over and over and over. But guess what? You don't have any insurance anymore through PepsiCo/Frito-Lay because they cut you off. I had to pay for that out of pocket too. Didn't have the money to do that. So guess what? I borrowed money or used credit cards or whatever I could. I even took money out my kids' piggy bank.
We had to take from our children to live.
And the doctor knew what was going on, so he was like, look, just pay half of what you owe every visit, and we'll just take care of the rest later.
Now, the Ingrams have decided to file a lawsuit against Frito-Lay, and I have one other video to show you in regard to how Frito-Lay responded to that lawsuit. Then I'll give you some updates on this workers' strike. But, Cenk, I wanted to give you an opportunity to jump in and comment on that awful video and situation.
So we're going to get into details of the strike and why they did that. And this is just one of the cases. But I want to comment on this case in particular first. So after watching that, I went and checked the EBITDA of PepsiCo. So if you're unfamiliar with those business terms, let me explain. Frito-Lay is owned by PepsiCo. It's a much larger corporation. The original product was obviously Pepsi, but then they now own a huge amount of different products, food products in America and restaurants, etc. So EBITDA is profits basically, okay? So because if you're a smaller company and you're struggling with profits and then you have a couple of people go on disability or something and boy, you really need that, man, maybe you're in trouble, etc., right? You run a local restaurant and you say, well, I can't pay for two people that aren't working. Okay, we hear you. So Pepsi, how are they doing? Well, in the last quarter, that's just a quarter of the year, they made $3.782 billion in profit. Not in revenue, in profit, okay? That's a 30% increase from 12 months ago, okay? But you look at the last 12 months, they made $13.917 billion. That's a 13% increase. So if you're making, I can go down the list for you guys. I checked all the years. For the last 4 years, they've been making over $12 billion in profit every single year. So you can't turn around and say, hey, I made 12, 13, $14 billion in profit, but that guy got electrocuted on my watch because of my mistake, and I'm gonna throw him in the garbage. Now you got plenty of cushion to take care of your workers who get injured on the job, to treat them right so they don't go on strike, etc. Don't come crying to us, PepsiCo and Frito-Lay, that you don't have enough money when we can see it's in your public records. You got 12 to 13 billion dollars in profits. So that's the reality of it.
I know, Cenk, but here's the thing, right? I mean, you really have to weigh things. And so on one hand, you have literal human lives, right? Human lives. On the other hand, you have shareholders. And your fiduciary responsibility to do what's in the best interest of your shareholders. So, human lives, profit. Human lives, profit. I don't know. This is a really difficult equation. But all the incentives, as we know, are in the wrong place. The incentives are to do right by the investors as opposed to your own workers who are the very individuals who make the profit in the first place. The workers who do the work that's necessary for them to make the profit. But what's even more disgusting about all of this, okay, you have a worker who's severely injured, disabled as a result of being electrocuted, files a lawsuit because his family is torn to shreds financially as a result. And how does Frito-Lay respond to it? Take a look.
Oh no.
This is the story of Threat and the one wallet that started it all. It's a story of love and adventure and murder most foul.
Murder?
Skip.
Frito-Lay, Pepsi, Sedgwick, whoever has people following my family. They are stalking us.
Just to find something to be like, oh, he's okay.
Recording my kids playing in the yard, recording me doing yard work. They follow me in traffic, on the highway, on streets. They followed me when I gave birth to my baby. They followed me to my daughter's school. I took my daughter out of school and decided to homeschool because I don't know if we're safe. I don't know how many people they've given our address and name and information to just to prove my husband wrong. They've done it for years.
Why are you fighting so hard to say that I'm not hurt instead of just look at the paperwork, look at the medical stuff, look at everything I've been through? You would think that I'm a bad employee the way that everything has went. I've never done anything wrong to this company or even with this company. I have numerous awards to show that I'm not a person that you just throw away.
Yeah, but are you a shareholder? You have numerous awards, but did you invest in the company? I mean, if you're not a stakeholder, who cares, right? That's what the model is. Like, we have to stop pretending like decisions are made based on like morality or the goodness in people's hearts or the evil in people's hearts. This is how the system works. This is how it's supposed to work. That's the point, right? The system's got to change. And that's why you have these workers striking. They decided to strike for 3 weeks, and they've reached an agreement with Frito-Lay in regard to their what's referred to as suicide shifts, where they work 12-hour shifts back to back to back, right? The agreement honestly doesn't look that great, but keep in mind, these are unionized workers. The outcome of this agreement isn't great, and they're unionized workers, which shows you just how much the power imbalance works against workers in this country, even if they're unionized,
Yeah, so I want to make a couple of distinctions here, and then we'll get to, again, the details of how it turned out for the strikers. So there's a difference between public corporations and private corporations. Private corporations still run by their founders at least has some discretion, right? But if you're a public corporation, the stock market demands 15% return every single year. And if you don't have it, you're gonna get fired, and it doesn't matter, okay? And so the luxury of saying, hey, maybe we should be decent to this human being who clearly is correct, right? Just doesn't exist. Because if you show human traits, you will be fired and you'll be replaced by a robot to run this corporate machine because it's now a public corporation. And so, when I looked at Pepsi, I want to go back to that example. Now, they had a huge increase in the last year in their profits, but their profits declined in 2020 and in 2018. Now, they declined to $12.62 billion. It's not like they're not making a profit. It's not like they lost money. They're still making a giant profit, but the profit declined by 0.75, less than 1%, right? Stock market goes, I'm gonna punish you.
Right.
And I'm gonna punish your executives, I'm gonna punish everybody. So you better make sure you fire everybody. You better make sure that if somebody gets disabled, you crush them and their souls and their families. Because this is what the greed machine demands. So Anna and I might not perfectly agree on capitalism versus public and private corporations, et cetera, and there's some distinctions to be made there, right? But understand how that part of the system works for sure. And again, if you're a small company and somebody's, is every person who says they got hurt on the job telling the truth? No, of course not. I worked at a station that I was an employee at, had nothing to do with anything else.
And Jake sometimes pretended like he was sick and couldn't go to work.
I have the opposite problem. I'd go in while I was sick. Anyway, no, there was a camera guy who said he got hurt. And all the other camera guys said, yeah, we worked with him. Not all, half the guys had worked with him before. Said he gets hurt at every job, right? So does that happen? Yes. In this case, though, the guy has an exemplary record. All you have to do is look at it. There's no question about it, right? They're giving him award after award after award. He got promoted several times because they're saying, here's why he got promoted. Here's why he's doing an excellent job, right? He's got no blemishes on his record. The medical records are absolutely good. They had to take 2 parts of a spine out. Jesus Christ is so clear, right? Nope, doesn't matter. The greed machine demands that we crush your soul and your family.
Right, and look, executive pay is, when we're talking about publicly traded companies, right? Executive pay is very intentionally tied to the performance of the stock. So, the executives themselves have a personal vested interest in ensuring that they turn a profit because their pay is dependent on it, right? So you mentioned the sticks, which is you can get fired. The sticks also include you're gonna get less in pay. And so are they willing to crush workers, executives, in order to ensure that they keep their jobs and earn as much as they can personally? Yes, of course. Now let's get to the agreement regarding the suicide shifts for Frito-Lay workers in Topeka, Kansas. Now, as I mentioned, for a few weeks, the workers decided to strike. They've reached this agreement. The company, by the way, has responded by saying, listen, I know some of the workers are overworked, but It's not as many workers as you would think. So here's the statement. The company says that its records indicated that 19 employees worked, get this, 84 hours in a given work week this year. Only 19, Cenk. Only 19 of their employees worked 84 hours in a given work week this year. And 16 of those allegedly volunteered for overtime. I'm sure that there's no coercion or anything with like the, power dynamic in the company. Only 3 of the 19 had been required to work, the company said. Now, the workers were frustrated because they felt that they didn't have a choice. They felt that they were forced to work overtime, right? So that's what the company was responding to. Now, the agreement, which was ratified in a vote that one union official described as close, puts an end to what workers at the Frito-Lay plant in Topeka, Kansas called suicide shifts, back-to-back 12-hour shifts with only an 8-hour break in between. The new contract guarantees 1 day off a week for workers, does away with forcing workers to take the suicide shifts and increases wages. In a statement, Frito-Lay said that the new 2-year contract includes a 4% wage increase for all job classifications and additional opportunities for the union to have input into staffing and overtime.
Yeah. I've got a quick question for you. Does your protein supplement tighten your skin elasticity, making you look and feel younger? Does it help?
I'm sorry. Shut the hell up, Zoocollagen.
Yeah. So, first of all, on the 84 hours a week, the reason why 16 people might have done it voluntarily is because economic conditions are so bad. You got to work 84 hours a week to support your family. So that's the thing that they, of course, leave out of their equation. But when I saw that stat, I like to think I'm fair. I look at both sides of it, and I have the perspective of being deeply progressive and a business owner. And so I looked at it and said, okay, wait, is this a major issue or a minor issue? Well, if it was a minor issue, why did 600 people strike out of 850, right? If it only affected 19 people and 16 of them did it voluntarily, so only 3 people were affected by suicide shifts, why did 600 people strike, right? And by the way, the people who didn't strike, they said, look, I couldn't afford to miss one payment, otherwise my family's screwed, right? So this was obviously pervasive at this particular workplace, okay? And that's what happens at giant corporations. So at the end of the day, what do they get? They got they had not had an increase in hourly pay of more than 20 to 40 cents in the past 6 to 8 years. What? So when you have incredibly low wages, which then both the company forces you, but your own personal economic situation forces you to work 60 hours, 80 hours. And look, I choose to work 80 hours a week, but I run this company, right? It's another thing to say to someone, you're gonna work 60, 80 hours a week, and that's because you could barely live on what I'm paying you. So that's a completely different situation. That's why they felt they were forced into a strike. And unfortunately, they come out of it. Did the workers feel like they got something great and they feel great about it? No, it seems like based on their reaction, they're like, it's not great. It's not what we were hoping for, but I guess it's a tiny bit better than it used to be.
One worker who spoke to the New York Times on condition of anonymity said this: a lot of people had to vote yes because they were running out of money and didn't have insurance. So this person, of course, spoke to the New York Times on condition of anonymity because he or she is worried about retaliation by the company. But it seems as though the situation got desperate for some of the workers, which is why they had this vote. And it was a close vote based on what the union itself is saying about it. But at least there's a little bit of progress. But really, this is a small fight in what I think is a larger battle. This isn't something that's just illustrative of Frito-Lay and every other company is wonderful. It's the way that the system works. It's the incentives and disincentives. And we're going to see the same story over and over again as long as the incentives are in the wrong place.
Yeah, one last thing about corporate rule as it affects this story. And you see it underlying a lot of this. So insurance. Once we have an insane system, only in America, every other developed country has universal health care. So if you lose your job, it's okay that you're still going to get the surgery for your back. They're still going to take care of you. If you're on strike, you still have insurance. You or your family member is not going to die while you're on strike. But here in America, we have complete corporate rule. So if you dare to go on strike, if you dare to get hurt on the job because of the company's fault, it doesn't matter. You're going to lose your insurance, and we're going to threaten your life. We're not just going to threaten your economic well-being. We're going to threaten your physical well-being. So back to that assembly line, and you'll do as you're told by your corporate overlords. So this is a sick, sick system that we have. And anyone who argues against Medicare for all supports this system where the workers must serve those corporate masters. Otherwise, their lives are on the line.
I'm going to say one final thing, just because I got to get it off my chest. That video of him crying about taking money out of his son's or child's piggy bank, man, that really got to me out of like everything that was in that video, because I don't personally know what that feeling is because I don't have kids, but I know what it's like to feel like a failure. I can't imagine what that's like when you feel like he hasn't failed anyone, right? But he's put in a situation where he feels like a failure because he has to take from his children's future just to take care of himself. Like, I can't imagine that kind of pain. Like, we live in the richest country in the world. No one should feel that kind of pain and suffering. No one, period. I just had to get that off my chest. It's been on my mind all day ever since I saw it.
Thank you for saying that. I thought, of course, about the same thing because I have kids, and I thought, oh my God, it would break my heart to do 1,000 pieces if I take money out of their piggy bank. It's soul crushing. But one other thing that was personal in that story, if you watch the longer video of that couple, he's a veteran. So the wife says he dodged bullets and bombs in other countries for ostensibly for freedom, right? And do we have freedom here? Do we? Or do we have to serve those public corporations, all of us? Otherwise, when you actually get hurt because you got electrocuted on the job because of their fault, all of a sudden you lose your health insurance and you have to break into your kid's piggy bank. Is that really freedom? No, if we want to fight for freedom, we don't need to go to Iraq or anywhere else. We need to fight for freedom here, and that's to liberate ourselves from corporate rule. By the way, if you're wondering how, you have to get the government to actually protect its citizens. The government's supposed to protect us through the military, the police, fire departments, etc. They're also supposed to protect our lives through health insurance and through holding corporations accountable, which doesn't happen, of course. And the reason we have corporate rule is because we have money in politics. So corporations just buy all of our politicians and the mainstream media. So that's the reality of this. And what you saw there in that video is the consequence of those political decisions that were made. Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships.
Yeah.
You'll get to interact with us.
Once again, I can't recommend watching The Young Turks enough. It is kind of really important to understand what's going on in the world, and unfortunately, very few people tell it like it is. The Young Turks try to. When they fail and slip up, they immediately apologize and amend the record. Some news organizations don't even do that, so that's, as I said, their heart's in the right place. Do I have enough iron, or am I still short? Because that was one goal I set for myself today, was make sure that I get the new sword for Kaya, or Geo Traveler. I might have Geo Traveler use it. Something made. Finally. I have no crafting bonuses. Start. Materials. I'd like to have something made. Okay. I'd like to have something made. $13 Okay. With that, I am gonna call it after we do a little bit of adjustments with the weapons, yeah? Let's compare. We're fine. Refinement rank 2. The weapon is literally brimming with anticipation for the Ascension. So, with that all figured out, what am I thinking? I'm thinking I need to go ahead and double check